do this? I think so. Hey, it worked. Good. What's up? How y'all doing? Oh, I got buttons to press. That's a button, and that's a button. I think I gotta do it for the other ones, too. Oh, it's been a minute! Oh my god, that's how long it's been. That shout over the shop. Okay, should be better now. It works. Brandon, how you doing? Getting things set up. Gonna get going here in just a little bit. I feel out of practice. I know all the things that need to be done, and then I forget them. What's this one? This one goes here. Pretty well. Yeah, things are going good. Burner, Supreme. How you doing? I know, it's been a little while. I've been on vacation. So it wasn't all vacation, but a big chunk of it was vacation. Is this a Telluride guy from like a month back or totally different customer? Oh, I totally forgot a month back. Yeah, this is a new customer. I'll catch up. I'll catch up here. So we're gonna do the full thing in carbon. We're doing 50 on the windshield. We're gonna do 15 on the front doors. And he has factory privacy glass on the rear. So we're gonna do a 35. I'm gonna see how that looks. I think that's what we're doing 35 as far as I know. I just want to double check. Because he said he didn't want to go full limo. So then the next step up there is gonna go like 20 instead of 20, 35. I think 35 is a good time. Christ, Sean, how you guys doing? About damn time. Like the black paint and the black rims. Yeah, the interior of these things is awesome too. I think they have air-conditioned seats on the back as well, which is just like, I don't even have air-conditioned seats in mine. What the hell? The passengers get it? It's in my truck with the Pro Classic and turned out great. Oh, damn, that's awesome. Good job. That's super cool to hear. RGC. Kia has come a long way. There's still Kia, but they've come a long way. I mean, from the changed badges in the front and the rear. I mean, for a while now, their styling has greatly improved. Okay, can I... DW, what's up? Okay, so yeah, I've been on vacation for about a week, but there was some other stuff. It was like I was supposed to go live with an appointment literally like the day before I left, and then something happened with my appointment, and he couldn't come in. Something came up, unfortunately, like some family stuff last minute. So it's like, okay, don't worry about it. We'll reschedule you for Monday when I come back. And then I couldn't get a hold of him after that. But this is a client that I've already done like a few vehicles for, so I don't know what happened. And then when I was on vacation, I wasn't exactly super great about answering phone calls and getting appointments lined up. So then when I came back, that Monday one dropped off, and then I was like kind of scrambling for some extra appointments and stuff. So I had some work come in, but it was smallish, or just like poorly timed. So now we're back with a more normal schedule that's filling out, and everything is kind of like catching back up. Long story short, and I guess I hired somebody too, so that was an interesting thing. I was so business on Monday. When I came back, it was ridiculous. I got so many things done on a Monday. But unfortunately, like, then I came in on Tuesday to shoot a video, and then there was a bunch of hiccups with the video. It was with the Workhorse 2 plotter. Finally was setting that up, and then so Wednesday I had a couple of appointments, and I shot some more video during that. Thursday, yesterday, I totally intended on so yesterday was part 2 of that video, and it just, I ran into a bunch of snags filming, trying to set that Workhorse 2 up. It shouldn't have been as hard as what it was, but it was as hard as it was. And so now I'm coming back here on Tuesday, or on Saturday, Friday. It's been a fun week. So hopefully we can chill and work on this one. I guess I hired somebody too, so you don't know if you hired somebody. It all happened so fast. Tinting the hottest ride of 22. People love those Tellurides. I think they're sick. The interiors on them are super nice. All right, hang on. Let me make sure this is good. So check. That's good. Alerts, and yeah, okay. I think we're all good. Cool. Let me get my bearings here, because there's stuff that is just kind of thrown everywhere. I've done my best to clean some of it up, but there is a new, bigger plotter there. My Workhorse 1 is sitting over there. I think it's actually all good, ready to go for this car. So we're gonna kind of find that out. I'll get into the story of that. There's gonna be a video on it too. But we need to first focus on this car, set this up. And yeah, like I was doing a couple things, and look, there's like already heated and air-conditioned seats on the rear. I'm jealous. I need that on like just my front doors, so let's roll all these down. Let's start taping some things up. Soft touch paneling, pretty safe, and windshield looks pretty good. I've noticed they use like a suede material on all the headliner and the pillars, so I'm gonna be careful working around there. It's like it's on the whole roof, so it's not something you typically see, or I typically see. I don't know how fancy you guys are. Oh, and look at that clock. That's like a Nixie tube. Have you used an Altoids can to store your clay bar? It works really well. No, I haven't. I didn't know Altoids were still a thing. I remember, like, getting one of those was like, oh, so minty. Does it not stick to the tin? Are you telling me I should get glass-aid tins instead? I could do that. That's a hot tip. Where do I put this in the meantime? I don't know. But yeah, so no, I did hire somebody, but so he's working a technically full-time job Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, doing a delivery route. So we're gonna do a very brief trial, which probably is gonna work out fine. So he's gonna come in on Monday and Saturday, and it's just going to be about getting our bearings, the main purpose is going to be answering phones, cleaning up around here, fulfilling orders. So orders should go out in a much more timely manner. I just want to ensure that like there's enough for him to do, because like I look at this place sometimes and there's not a lot to do, and then all of a sudden there's a lot of stuff to do. So there's probably going to be lots of projects that we come up with here and there. There's always stuff that I'm putting off and I just forget about it, and then all of a sudden it's a priority much later on when it should have gotten done before. So coming in for a couple of weeks on Monday and Saturday, and then probably right after that he'll be here. Because we also have like the class coming up near the end of the month, so that might be his first full week. Will 70% be an option on your store? Latest I see is 50%. There should be Pro Nano Ultra. That's the 70%. So the 70% Pro Nano, for whatever reason, like it's categorized. Like, so if you call them and you ask for 70% Pro Nano, and the way that I sell it looks like it's slotted in the regular Pro Nano thing. It's actually a little bit higher of a ceramic, but it fits right in that Pro Nano lineup still. Just blocks out a little bit more IR. So that'd be what you're looking for. That should be on there though. If it's not, then that's a big oopsie on my bad. I thought it was. Do you have a tornado there? Not that I know of. And if it might have been out of town too. I was in Orlando for a little while. It was a vacation that also was not a vacation. Like, so we went to a water park. Like the travel day was like, it's only supposed to be a couple of hours. Go to the airport, hop on a plane, fly down, easy peasy, right? Well, our flight got delayed with storms in Florida. Oh, I don't know, like 3 times. So, you know, we obviously get there a little bit early. We have my son, and that's what made everything kind of super fun. So he wants to run around the airport. He's fussy. You know, he wants to do kid stuff. And so we let him run around some, and then we're like getting ready to go on the airplane. And then he's getting tired. This is like 1 in the afternoon. It's his nap time. But he doesn't really have an area to like fall asleep. So we figured like, okay, we'll probably hop on the plane and then we'll go to sleep. So then it gets delayed like twice. And then everybody gets on the plane. And then we're sitting there for like an hour. And then they deplane. So everybody has to get off. And then 15 minutes later, they're like, oh, just kidding. Get back on the plane. We're going to take off now. So, and then you get to the, so then you arrive. And then, like, we rented a car, and so there's a long line for that. There's a long wait to get your luggage. Like, all the airport was backed up with people that had delayed flights and trying to connect flights. And then, like, so when we landed, they made everybody, like, sit in their seats for, like, an extra, like, 15, 20 minutes while we're waiting for them to, like, get the people to deplane. Like the bridge crew. And the thing, it was super annoying because they just weren't there for like, actually probably about like 20 to 30 minutes. They just weren't there. And then after they got there, they're like, okay, so there's a lot of people that need to catch some flights. So if everybody that is not going on a connecting flight can just sit down for a little while. So like everybody's already standing up with their stuff, like ready to go. They made them put their stuff back away. And like take even longer to get the other people off the plane. So it was a it was just an adventure getting there. Then when we finally got home, we're like, oh, this is nice. We just want to stay home right now. So it was a fun vacation. We did some stuff, but it was also kind of exhausting too. Oh, we did have a tornado. Really? How did I not hear about it? Well, cool. It was a little hectic. And then, like, you know, going back to catch your flight, like, a 2-hour flight is not a big deal. It's everything else that surrounds getting on a plane. It's packing up everything, getting everybody together, parking, dragging in all your luggage. Then the worst is when you have to check bags. So, like, we're at the point now where we can't just do carry-ons. We have to check bags. So then you got to go through baggage check. Then you got to go through security. And then you're just like, ugh. Then you land and you got to go back through it again. Like, you deplane, you go to baggage, then you go get a car. It's just annoying. Travel's supposed to be fun. It's not fun. All right. 15. Where's that? So this is 20, 35, 20 to that. That's my 15. I thought I had an open 15. Oh, this is my open 15. Okay, I thought this was a brand new one. It is very full, though. So it's near brand new. On Instagram, can you get business? Heard it's good. It's not worked for me. Facebook and Instagram used to be really good platforms for that, but social platforms are always changing, and they slowly turned off discoverability over the years. And it's not that you can't still get business off of it. You just got to learn how to do good pay-per-click advertising. So, like, you can post, but you're going to be paying for exposure on those platforms. So it's not a bad thing. It's just something you got to really watch a bunch of videos, figure out, and play around with yourself. There was a lot of marketing that I did, or I wouldn't say a lot, but we played around with Facebook ads in the beginning, and we'd get a lot of leads, but man, fast forward like a year later, over a year later at this point, from messing around with those ads, God, they were so exhausting. You'll have like a bunch of people inquire and ask a bunch of questions and just like disappear. I don't know if they do that to make you feel like it's effective. Some of my best clients did come from that, but it was not immediate, and you have to go through a lot of messages for something like that. I got over it. It was annoying. Super chat. I haven't had one of those in a long time.
Ridiculous super chatted $5. Loving the streams, you taught me a lot. I keep getting small speckles in corners of tint with Lexan, so I got Geo. When to use flat out, crush, or blue.
Ridiculous. Thank you so much for the 5. Loving the streams, you taught me a lot. I keep getting small speckles in the corner of tint with Lexan. So I got Geo when to use flat out, crush, or blue. Okay, so I think there's a couple of questions there. 1, thank you so much for the 5. How's the Geo working out for you? So speckles is really just an installation thing. You can install any film and get speckles one way or another. So one of the biggest things that I always do to help prevent speckles is going to be tape. and especially when you're newer, it's just hard to keep things clean. Okay, do we want to trim this out or do we want to go straight? Oh, this is one of those. You could, okay, so there's a couple of ways to do this. So on the interior here, the paneling goes up with this trim piece on the outside, but you can see the glass here drop straight down. This reminds me a lot of like rear truck windows. So your seal goes flat in here. So you could round this a little bit extra in this corner if you want to, make it a little bit easier to tuck in. But I wouldn't just follow this curve. I'm actually going to straighten it out and tuck a little bit more in there. It'll look better. You'd probably see the edge of the film if you didn't do something like that. Okay, but so part 2 of that, when to use the so I got Geo, when to use flat out crush or blue. That's completely up to you. I would try all of them and see which one you like the best, and then you can literally just use that one. So I was using the flat out for a long time. Before that, I would use the, what was it? I think a Blue Max? I don't know. I hopped around between squeegee blades. But then the flat out I used for a really, really long time. I still like that squeegee a lot. Same thing with the Orange Crush. I like it a lot. There's some pros and cons to all of them, including the flat out. But they're all really, really good. Choppy. Choppy. Are we? Oh, we are. Hang on. You can't have anything nice around here, can we? Tighten it up a little bit. God, this kills the stream so fucking quick. We'll try doing that. Unfortunately, it's internet. There's also a ton of construction going on outside. They've got all the roads ripped up, so hopefully it's not a big issue, but that's the worst. I think it recovered. Hopefully. I made a small adjustment that will hopefully help, but no. No, I see it. It's on the on my side of things, but not much I can do about it. It's upload speed. This is something I had to deal with when I first moved in here. It's ISP consistency. They said that shit changes from winter to summer. And for a long time, it was totally fine, so we're just going through another hiccup again. But I've already had them come out, play around with it before. I don't know. I did a thing. Hopefully it's better. We'll see. I'll know in a little bit. We're going to trim this just a little bit more. You can sand a red dot and it won't leave a mark on the top. Oh, that's cool. We got a peel board. I finally have somewhere to put it. My buddy was throwing a piece of, a front door out. Yeah, somebody's old windows is your peel boards. Keep an eye out for that. Marketplace. Marketplace is a good place for something like that. Marketplace or Craigslist or whatever. People that are just getting rid of like windows and whatnot. Doing some flat glass occasionally now. Nice. That's cool. I refuse. I like staying here too much. So more power to anybody that gets out there and goes after flat glass. You make good money doing flat glass. What are your thoughts on Tint Ceramic Extreme? I haven't used it personally, but should be good stuff. Uh-oh. Come on. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Okay. Okay. Everything but the windshield? Okay. So I got a couple of different film options. Was there anything you were looking for already? So I have a color stable dyed film. I have a carbon and I have a ceramic. So I typically recommend my carbon. It gives you a 50% heat reduction, and everything comes with a lifetime warranty. The carbon would start at $350. My base film, the color stable dyed, would be $290, and the ceramic would be $450. Yep, it's great for a heat block. Correct. Yep, everything's covered under a color stable lifetime warranty. So like you said, if anything bubble, peels, fades, that's all covered under me. So for the Highlander, all the sides in the rear, you'd be $350 in the carbon. Let me check the schedule. We're booking out a little bit into next week. I think I got Monday available. If you're interested in picking that up.
If you apply ceramic on top of standard film, will it
I could get you in as early as 10
also,
a.m.
if you apply standard on top of ceramic, will ceramic perform the same?
Want to go with that? Oh, wow, that's quite a ways. Oh, damn. That's sorry to hear that. I'm actually live right now too. Let me. Yeah, I'll mark you down. I'll mark you down for Monday at 10 a.m. So all I need to confirm the appointment is a deposit. So I'll text you a link to our booking page. The deposit goes right towards the balance of the job. It's just to confirm the spot. And once I get that, you'll be all set. Aw, that's super cool. I really appreciate hearing that. That means a lot. Yeah, I've been doing this for a while. I like doing everything on the channel. So it's cool to hear that you like it too. Yeah, there should be time then on Monday to hopefully stream your car, especially if you're coming out that far. So. Alrighty, man. Well, I will get that right over to you. Okay, sounds good. All right, have a good one. Sweet. See, schedule booking out. What time is it? Oh, I missed another phone call. How do you spell? So he's bringing in a Highlander, and he said he watches the channel, which is super cool. I'm new to the game, have been practicing on my car, 15% on the side windows, and love it, but I'm not sure if I should have gone darker. Well, then pick up some 5. You're gonna be retinting your car a bunch of times anyways, or at least it's good to do for a lot of practice.
Will you be coming to WFRE?
Oh, we missed another one too. First up, Martin, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate that. If you apply ceramic on top of standard film, will it perform the same? Also, if you apply standard on top of ceramic, will it perform the same? Yeah, it should. So what it does is absorb a lot of that heat. So putting it, the first layer, I think is, the first layer, the second layer, I couldn't tell you for sure if it's really going to make much of a difference, but what it does is it absorbs all that heat that's coming in, and then it dissipates off the car. So whether it's on the back side or the front side, you're still going to get a lot of heat block out of it. And there's nothing that has to do with like air gaps and stuff like that. It'll just come through, hit that ceramic, absorb into there. That heat will then basically like soak into the glass and dissipate off the car. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Good topic. And then Fahad with the 3, thank you. Will you be coming to the WFR reunion? No, I am not in that group. No. Long story there. But thank you for the 3. I appreciate that. I was thinking about going to, God, what was it called? The IWFA conference, because we like have a window where we could go, but I'm telling you, after this vacation, we don't want to go anywhere. It's too hard, man. Traveling with a 1-year-old, there's so much stuff that you have to bring. And then you're trying to work with them. They want to do whatever it is that they want to do, which usually isn't sit in your lap. So, like, seriously, a 2-hour flight felt like a 10-hour flight. It's just tough. Oh, we flew, and, like, it wouldn't have been that bad if our first flight didn't get delayed. We're exhausted from that. There's a lot of stuff going here, so I'm gonna stay here for now. Sorry. Trying to get to what I can. Chat's really, really busy today. Thank you guys. Is this tall enough? Oh yeah, we way tall enough. Is that a 40? Oh, that was a 40. Duh. My Lumar salesman said Tint is down 15% across like all shops. Interesting. Well, a couple of the worst things that could happen happens. People can't get cars, and gas prices are way up. So it's just like it's an interesting market. Some people are doing like fast turnover. So I've had people that like, hey, yeah, I got a car tinted from you last year, and they ended up selling it and just getting something else. So I've had faster turnover from some people, but, you know, just general business, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. And when you're a big company like that, like, you're moving lots of film, so you have your ear to the ground on like how much people order. Like, that's your business. So it it gives you an overall perspective on how much work is coming in for everybody. Or maybe everybody just hates Lumar now and left. Times are tough. We were going to do that, but we're not going to do that. I'm a rich tinter. I can afford gas. You know what? So my van took 14 gallons to fill up the tank. This shit was a hybrid. It was awesome. Do you know what the Blazer takes? Guess how much gas a Blazer sucks down? You can almost guarantee there's going to be Blazer owners in the chat, though. Anybody? Anybody? 16. More. 21. Ah, less. Well, now it's not as cool. 30.
Ridiculous super chatted $2. Haven't used Geo yet. I tried tape still.
Ridiculous. With a 2. 19 to 24. Good range. 19 actually. If it's really, really low, that thing will suck down 19 gallons. I'm coming from a world of, let's see. I've had a G5. I've had, what was it? An Escape, an Explorer. So I'm not coming from a truck world. I know trucks will suck down way more. But a Blazer, man. My Explorer was like 16. And I gotta dump like 18 to 19 gallons in a Blazer at one time. They're trying to push the world to electric. Well, they killed it a long time ago. The world tried. There was GM tried to make a push to electric, and then they mysteriously killed all their electric vehicles. And now it's like, oh, now let's go to electric. You know where the real money is, or the real sweet spot? It's in the hybrids. Hybrids are fantastic. They don't take as much gas. So when I was down in Florida, I rented this was I was surprised. So an SUV for the week would have been a little over $1,000. And we were looking for a reasonable sized vehicle, but it went quickly from a mid-size to full size, and those were all basically the same price. And then anything small SUV-ish, which is hardly any more space, was $800 and up. So believe it or not, I rented a Prius for the week. And you know what? That little thing was awesome. Ugly as sin, but it was awesome. I didn't have to fill it up for the entire vacation. They killed it in the interest of the gas companies. Now politicians have more interest with the election side. I know it. It's crazy, right? They think these electric batteries just come from thin air, still have mine for materials. Well, of course it's clean. It's the cleanest energy. It comes from my house. We clean our house. right? You guys clean your house too? Therefore, this is clean energy. Don't have to think of it. But I was pretty happy with the hybrid. Yeah, imagine in 5 to 10 years when all these battery packs have to just be scrapped. That's a scary time. Same thing with all the regular electronics being scrapped. What do you think about leaving a gap on the top edge? It's totally fine. Just make it really, really small and make it even. So I don't file or shave the top edge of the window, and I've had 0 complaints about the top edge of the window. You just gotta just keep it close. Like, and there's people that do it really, really bad. And they'll have like anywhere from like an 1/8 to a 1/4 inch of a gap at the top. And that's what like most people are leery of. Like they're just like, yeah, I don't want it to look like that. Oh wait, did I miss one? Let me scroll up here. I don't know. Did I miss a super? I hope I didn't miss a super. There's a follow-up though. Ridiculous. I can't read this fast. Oh. Yeah, ridiculous. Thank you so much for the 2. You were in all the numbers. That's why I didn't catch it. Haven't used Geo yet. I tried tape, still got specs. All right. Thank you for the 2. So, tape isn't like a foolproof solution, but it will help a lot. So, it's really down to the installation and making sure a couple things are done right. So we'll go over that because we're about to install a door window. I've had people say they don't want the tint to touch the gasket so it lasts longer. If you file or shave a window right, you're fine. Let me grab a blade too. Oh, I forgot. Do you guys know Amazon Basics has stainless steel blades now? I got some. They're sitting around here somewhere. I gotta find them. I don't think they're quite as sharp from just checking them out, but I bought some. Okay, so part of the cleaning is just making sure everything is scraped off the window, the sides are flushed out, but even if you clean a window 100 times, you can still get dirt in it. So I will scrape the bottom first, and then roll that down into the bottom there. So there's still dirt trapped on there. It's not clean, it's just been like scraped. Then we will flush out the sides. And so a big thing right now is don't roll the top edge up into the window There's people that would squeegee the top edge, roll it up, squeegee the rest of it, roll it down, spray, install the tint, and go like, yeah, I squeegeed the window. No, you squeegeed it, and then you rolled it up into the top. Therefore, when you rolled it down, you drug a bunch of dirt with it. But we're worried about the sides. That's just something to note. So for cleaning, squeegee from the top to the bottom. And you can go from the left to the right, from the right to the left. Just remember, gravity is a thing. So if I start at the bottom and go up, I'm going to have a bunch of drips. So squeegee one side to the other. So then essentially what you did is you swept all that over here. And then there's probably a little bit over there too. So then I will take spray, I'll flush that down, and I will also sweep at the same time. Once we flush those sides, all my dirt is taken care of. So then we're going to go grab our pattern on the outside. The window is as clean as I can get it. I can't do anything. I could do that step 20 more times, and I'll essentially get the exact same result. So now it's all about the installation. So you have a lot of area on this side. We don't have very much area on this side, so the back doors will be a little easier than these front doors. But essentially, you peel some of the film down so you have about half. And then we're going to pick it up, put our hands under the liner,
Super chatted $5.
pick the whole thing
I seem
up.
to always get it on
So our
top
hands
right.
is
I
kind of on that midpoint where that
excellent
liner
solution.
is, so it's like
Squeegees
evenly
spray top
weighted.
down.
And what
I
I'm going to
need
do is
raise
I'm
the
going to roll
blade
this
more than
film
once,
up.
maybe?
I'm going to roll, look, this is hanging off. This is going to get tucked up in here. Now the key to keeping the sides clean is to not give dirt a chance to come back in. So we're rolling up our film, just the film part, and see how flat this side is? Like there's no bubbles, there's no rolls or anything. It's all, this edge is flat against the glass. So that will allow me to coast this film right into the sides, and if the corner starts popping or anything, puts a little bit of pressure on the glass, wiggle it up and down as you're kind of pushing it into the side. That'll get this part tucked in to the side right now. So we're covered. Now I have to get this side off. And what's cool is, like, look, this is still hanging off of here. So what we should be able to do is make sure that's wet, pull from here. This is flat and is going to go right in there. Our roll is right there, and basically that's going to glide into the side. So then you have all your film tucked in on both sides, and now it's a matter of lining up the top and tacking it down without destroying anything. But you pretty much took away all the chances of dirt coming into the sides now. So the more that you struggle and fight with what's going on with these side seals, even if I clean it 100 times, dirt is still gonna seep its way back into the film. You're gonna get little crinkles, little creases, and a lot of dirt. You're gonna only clean a window so much. Most of it, like, you can honestly hardly clean a window at all and still turn out a very good result. Most of it is how you put that tint on the glass. So like years ago, I basically would rough scrape a window with a plastic card, not tape anything, and then install the film, and it's like 99% of the way there. It's good enough for most people. So the extra things that I'll do is I pay attention a little bit more to the top edge now. I tape the sides. That helps consistency. And then basically do the same thing. I may do a couple of steps twice or be a little bit more thorough just to be extra sure I don't have any issues when I go to install it. But that's going to allow the sides to be really clean. So when they're taped now, I have to pull the liner out of here. And what happens with untaped seals, kind of rarely, but it still can happen, is little bits of dirt. Like you pull this tin out, you flush here, little bits of trash can then like seep out here. It can be really small or none at all, but on older vehicles especially, that's where I would sometimes have like a little line of dirt that would come across and that would destroy my window. So that's really what taping keeps out of it for me. Is it keeps the sides super, super clean when I do this part. So, and if you tape higher up, like if you're getting a lot of dirt in the corners and you tape all the way up here, like where you can within reason, like then you have a better chance of keeping some extra dirt out if that's what's really giving you a hard time. So little things that you can do to help with where you're at. That Lowe's tape is expensive but worth it. If you can find a good inexpensive packing tape, that would be a great alternative. I just haven't found one that can stick near as good. So there are like other ways to try and skirt around just using this one. Sometimes I get a line of dirt from where, just exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, so a two-stage, you have water that comes down and funnels across where that split is. And you go to peel out that liner too, and you essentially have dry film with like dirty, wet water here. So pulling that down, you can have just some bits of dirt stick to the glue. So it wasn't all the time, but here and there, I would have a car that was pretty much a slam dunk, but I would have a dirt line there, and you don't know it's there until basically after the window is installed. And you're trying to like chisel out that air along a line here. It's a very annoying, hard thing to hide. Not fun. Not fun at all. So that is that. Looks good. You can also squeegee the bottom on 2 stages. Yeah, you can lift the film. You can get a squeegee in there. That's where I use the water to help me out. So you roll the film, the window back up. And like I said, that is still... This area still, like when you roll the window up, it's trash. Like there's little bits that come up there. But they're loosely on the window. So then you just, I'll take my sprayer and do that instead and kind of just flush everything out as I go. But yeah, you're right. You can definitely take a squeegee there if you want to. So got one window done. Moving right along here. And we're going to do the exact same thing for the rest of my career. It's the same thing. You've seen it 100 times. I tinted my first car exactly the way you did, and it sped me up a lot. My only issue seemed to be mostly cutting and contamination. Oh, cool. That's really good to hear. So dirt is really just refining your technique, practicing, and then for cutting, there's a couple of other things that you could also Like there's a couple different ways that you can handle cutting. I always like to show everything on the car. But we have messed around with like a Sharpie and a glass board. So like if you have your own personal space that you can tint in, that you can set up how you want to, you have some more flexibility with cutting that some people don't have. Some people are tinting outside, they're going to other people's houses, so they need to rely on the car. But for cutting, what's cool is the Sharpie can be done really, really efficiently. So you can essentially just mark all your cuts. So I would basically put the tint on the window, probably, what do you do? Do you line up the bottom edge? Or you could even mark your bottom edge, mark your sides, cut your top edge, take it over to a glass board, cut just outside that Sharpie line, cut outside that Sharpie line, cut outside the bottom Sharpie line, boom, you got your pattern. And you didn't have to take a blade on the car. Super good way of doing it. The only part that I don't like about that is it's another thing that you have to rely on. So then if you do, you know, mobile work or whatever, you're trying to get a glass board where you go is not really practical. Cutting on a car is scary for me. I'm still new. Yeah, I can see that. That was nice about the class. Because it's like, nobody's gonna complain about these cars. These cars are my cars. Go nuts. All right, so we're peeling this whole thing. Now, these side windows, or these rear windows, they're a little bit different. We have taller side edges, where this one was very short. So that is annoying when you're trying to two-stage a window. But when you have nice tall windows, you get a lot more room to work with. So we're gonna roll up. I do like the tallest flat side first, so that would be the front edge of this, where on the driver's door, it would be the rear edge. So, and then we'll just tuck this straight in. And then we're gonna line up this edge here, get it real close. Well, bam. I actually did get a compliment from the client already. Did a family member's vehicle. I think he said it was a Malibu, and he's just like, man, I've had my other ones tinted before. I was really, really impressed with even how close the edges of the film got. So it was super cool. Then he saw the channel too, so super, super nice dude. You can get contamination from the top edge when it goes above it. Yeah, it's possible. If you wipe off your top edge, use a clay bar, or just scrubby it, you're way less likely to get stuff from the top edge, but it can happen. Boom. Roll that up. See, now when I rolled that up, dirt comes up from that seal. So I could pull this back. I've got more room to work with. And yeah, I can sneak a squeegee in here. I could do a turbo. I could do other squeegees, squeegee that down, and then just flush a little bit if I want to. It gets challenging when you have a tighter front edge where you don't have as much flexibility with pulling that film up. So since I'm gonna spray it anyways, I just use that water wave as an advantage and just flush all that down. Felt seals. Oh yeah, felt seals are nasty. That's where I really started to, you know, I'd pretty much only tape felt seals, but I still hated the tape. Use painter's tape, masking tape. It gets wet, it falls off the window. It sucks. It's no fun. But this tape, sheathing tape, house wrap tape, sticks so good to all of that. Just before you wet down the seals though. So if you get a felt seal wet, it's obviously not really gonna stick, but you can sit there with a heat gun and dry it. Clay bar for the top edge, works like magic. Yeah, it's nice, right? Especially for laminated windows. You have that groove. It's just like, you can use a scrubby, you can use a towel. Clay bar is just good at molding into that top edge and just scrubbing the hell out of that top edge of the window. And then you can take a towel and wipe off all the extra crap. You don't use 4 gallons per door, you're even tinting. Hey, I have a 3-gallon tank. Okay, okay. But no, you're not. You gotta use lots of water. Actually, you don't. Me using a lot of water always came with speed. Like, we'd have a lot of cars to do in a day. And my way of trying to clean things very quickly was just spraying it. Look at, Kia gets like awards for how many stickers they put on brand new vehicles. I wonder what the kickbacks are for all of these things, right? TEF Seal certified, Kia Connect, Kia 24 hours roadside assistance, Sirius XM, Super Poly Steel, and then on top of that, they etch theft advert into the glass, and then they put this etched into the glass, and then this is etched into the glass as well. Well, this is etched, these are ceramic stamps on them. Ridiculous. Scrub-a-dub-dub. You're probably getting dirty from the top edge of the seal, dripping onto the glass. That was a problem for me. Wipe down the top. That would happen to me too. Mm-hmm. Totally. I actually didn't really realize how dirty the top edge of windows were. Some people even mention them. Some people, oh wait, I know what I mean. Let me move my tape. Some people mentioned it to me, and I'd kind of like, yeah. I don't know. And then one day I actually took a rag, wet down and wiped off the top edge of the window, and it was just like totally black. And I was like, oh. So if you clean everything right, and you didn't wipe off the top edge of the window, you can definitely have lots of speckles evenly like rain down along the top edge. So now for me, it's really obvious if I've forgotten to do that, or I haven't cleaned it as thoroughly as what I thought I did. But we'll show on this one. dun, dun. Let's put this over. Ta-da! All right, cut that. So I'm going to take these stickers off, but just show you guys first. See, no, there you go, I think. Do I got to go farther down? Maybe. Okay. This right here, this is laminated glass. There's a little groove in here. So especially after a couple years or 6 months or whatever, you know, people roll their windows up and down. This is just scooping dirt up. Gets very dirty. So on a new vehicle, it depends. Depends on how clean it comes out of manufacturing. But way less likely to have problems with a brand new car, but always something to keep in mind. A couple years old? Oh yeah, absolutely. Year old? Just depends on how much they used it. Can you tint a windshield if it's cracked or chipped? Mm-hmm. For sure. Just like DW says, don't assume any responsibility for it. Let them know. This is like a real dumb situation I had early on. There was like a big chip right in front of the drivers, and like I didn't say anything. It was just like, you know, they dropped it off, they took it, they were getting the rest of the vehicle, or 2 front doors and like the full windshield, and it's like, okay, there's obviously something there. It's in the driver's line of sight. And then like 2 weeks later, they give me a call back and they're like, hey, our windshield ended up cracking. It's like, yeah, from that giant chip that was there. That was gonna happen. So yeah, you always want to check things over. God, that's a lot of stickers. Are Teslas harder to tint? Depends on the Tesla. The Model Y, all the sides and the rear is pretty in line with a regular car. Same for the Model S. The Model 3 and the Model X are different animals entirely. Same thing for the sunroofs. Have you used an 8-inch squeegee on the rear front windshield? It changed my life. No. But I can see how. No, I've always just used a 5-inch squeegee, but do I have an 8-inch here? I should get an 8-inch squeegee. Damn, I'm gonna remember that next time I order some squeegee blades. I'll get a wider one, like specifically for windshields and back windows. This sounds like a good idea. You know what I want? So there's like the 4-inch Triumph blades. I was looking for something in between, like a 2-inch blade, maybe a 3-inch blade. I can't find anything. They just don't exist. They make an 8-inch hybrid. Oh, I'll definitely have to check that one out. We'll get extra wide. So yeah, I wouldn't use that on doors, obviously. So I just never looked into getting an 8-inch squeegee because mobile. But now that I'm here all the time, like, yeah, makes all the sense in the world now. Should do it. I'm literally saving up to take your course. I'm coming all the way from Connecticut. Oh, sweet, man. Looking forward to having you. That'd be awesome. Use it on the doors. Yeah, until you get to here.
Ridiculous super chatted $2. I have a Focus ST. Do I tint over dark dot matrix?
Ridiculous with another 2. Thank you. I have a Focus ST. Do I tint over the dot matrix? Yeah, so any vehicle, you're going to just cover the dots. So on the windshield, on the back window, on the quarters, we have the exact same glass on here that you're going to have on your ST. Honestly, on like most vehicles, they're going to be identical to that. So what you'll have is a dot matrix border, and you'll have that black ceramic border just past those dots. So you're going to want to just cover just the first part of it. You just need a 1/8 inch border to basically cover all your gaps. You're just trying to block out all the visible spaces. So if you don't tint over the dots, people aren't gonna like it. You don't want no gaps. But you don't have to hardly go far past the dots at all. You just need to cover all your gaps. Just a sliver is good enough. All right. How are we doing on this one? Ooh, I like it. That's good. So, dots, I'm going to put that tint right here. Just past that border. Whatever gets it covered. That's 2 hot tips for me. You got to send me some super chats now. Get the sun distributing mirror hangers. Yeah, I hand them out to everybody. It's really, really helpful. Looks extra professional. Like, you know, when somebody picks up a tint job, you know, what are those random papers that you get? Like information about your tint, some disclaimers, roll down times. Like, it's just nice. It looks good. Let me roll this up.
Mike Hobbs super chatted $5. Best compliment so far. When after checking my installs during class, you told me I was hired. Confidence boost for sure. Thanks again, Matt.
That's super cool. Yeah, like no joke. Watching you work while I'm still bouncing around helping people, like there wasn't a lot I really even had to say. Most of your work was just like, it was on point. There was just a lot of little refinements. That was, yeah, man. Thank you so much for the 5. You were doing great. How have you done on windshields? Have you done any? So at the class, there was a couple of guys. I don't think either of them, Mike, I don't think you had done a windshield for a client yet, but you had clients asking about them. So one thing that we definitely went over was reverse rolling, obviously. Like that, we go over it in every class, but that was like a huge point. So there's a couple guys, they've been installing. They're just nervous on doing windshields now. So like I made sure to go through, obviously more shrinking and then reverse rolling and everything. So I'm curious. But thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate that. I do a mirror hanger with a business card in a microfiber on the center console. Ooh, that is a nice touch. That's super nice. The mirror hanger, but also a little microfiber with some business cards. That's a nice touch. Those little things, man, they go a long way. So looking good. Heck yeah, this is nice. When I did my back glass on my truck, I had black ceramic around the edges. I overlapped 1/8 of an inch, turned out nice. There was a super thin silver line around all the edges. 100%. That's normal. So unfortunately, there is going to be a silver line, but it's just the best you can get it to look. So you're depending on how wide the dots are. If I cut them short, you're not going to notice the dots quite as much on the outside, but you'll see a line still. You'll see where that tint stops, and then you'll see, like, you know, especially when you have lighter interiors, stuff like that, you'd see dark, and then you'd see a gap, and then you'd see that matrix border there. So, like, it wouldn't even hide it completely, but it does enhance it a little bit. But the worst part is when you're sitting in the vehicle actually driving with it, you're going to see a light gap around the whole thing. And nobody likes that. So always cover. When the tint dries out, you can press them down a little bit better. Warm up the glass. Try and press it smoothly out with your finger. You can touch them up a little bit, but they're always going to be there. Been killing ceramic windshield? Dude, that is so cool. Heck yeah. That was really nice to hear. So, Mike had been actually doing quite a bit of ceramic work before he came here. Been tinting for, oh God, I forgot the tape. Let me go get the tape. What was it? 7 months to a year, something like that? So getting a lot of questions about ceramic, but not doing windshields yet, which is like, if you're gonna do ceramic, man, windshields are such a huge part of that too. Drivers sitting in the cabin, they feel all that heat coming through the windshield. Great opportunity. Oh, that's where I put it. That's so good to hear. Makes me happy. Let's see. A lot of newer vehicles been embedding dots with the layers in the glass. Yep, no borders. I love when they do that. Looks so much better. I'm new to tinting. You got me into this for a side job. Can you talk about your slip solution? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, for sure. So I use a mix of baby shampoo with a punch of Dawn. So for most people, just baby shampoo is more than enough to get the film to slide around. But for all you guys that are using Geo, Expel, Solar Effects, a handful of other companies, you're gonna notice that the film tacks up pretty aggressively, and you need like a little extra kick to it. And for whatever reason, adding more baby shampoo didn't fix it. But adding some Dawn really helped make things slip better. So it's still a decently tacky film, but it helps a bunch. So I'll use either this or the gold. I should have a gold bottle here, but I literally just emptied my last one. So this one, oh wow, that's fun to just throw out there. This or the purple, totally fine. And then this is the Dawn. So a lot of tinters will either use Dawn or baby shampoo. And I don't know, mixing the two together seems to be a good thing to do. So like 3/4 baby shampoo, 1/4, like put a squirt of Dawn in there. Like I do a fair amount of soap in mine. In a 3-gallon keg, I probably put 3.5 ounces of soap in there. So it's pretty slick. Sun distributing measuring cup. Oh, yeah. They got a measuring cup now. We definitely used that during the class. So I might have one extra, but that's in a tool setup for another student. Is that a myth about Dawn that'll mess up the adhesive? I haven't had issues with it. Dawn has been used for a very long time. You could use, so you could probably use another soap alongside a Dawn, like if you want to swap that out for a non-degreaser soap if you're worried about that. Give it a try. What was it? Joy Non-Ultra. People talked about that a lot. So that would, it's a good way to take care of that concern, I think. I don't even know what it is. Like, to me, it doesn't make sense. You have lots of baby shampoo. More baby shampoo should make my film slide more better. But it doesn't. It only works so much, and then adding that other soap in there just jumps it. I don't know. To me, it's kind of like the sunroof thing. It's like, I've never had any problems with it. It'd be hard to say if there really was or not. I don't think it's an issue, but maybe somebody's had a problem with it. I think there's too many things to definitively say, no, this is going to screw up your soap, or your soap is going to screw up your back window. Unless you're really like a chemist. Like, you can have intuition and stuff about it, but to definitively say, no, this is going to cause that. I mean, you don't need, you just got to be smart about what you're installing. Like, most of us are just like, I don't know, I just tried it and it worked. But if somebody can point out, like, no, when this chemical mixes with this chemical, it causes it to degrade over time and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there's a little bit more behind it. Till then, it's hearsay to me. Weather also affects your slip solution. In the winter, I use 4 pumps. Now I use 10 to 12 in the summer. Oh, you use pumps? Oh, I just yanked the top off and what Patrick called them sploogies. They changed the bottles in a really annoying way. So I hate these tops. These are too slow. I just take this, I turn it to the side, and then just grab it from here, and the whole thing just pops off, and then it just boop, boop, and then pop it back on. Put it on the shelf. I don't even mess with that thing. It's too slow. But it is consistent, so you'd know how many pumps that you have. We should get dispensers. Yes, that one's the lavender. I just finished up a gold bottle, so I just use both. I think there's probably 100 other soaps that you can use. Baby shampoo is just a popular favorite. These are always things that, like, you know, when it's broke, people don't go out of their way to try and find a different solution. So it's just the most recommended thing. I can tell you that compared to dollar store shampoo, legit J&J baby shampoo is just not quite as diluted. But dollar store baby shampoo is actually a great option too. I just have to add a lot more. Not quite as concentrated. So if you have a film, this is mostly like traditional like American adhesives. They're gonna slide easier, and you have a lot more flexibility with your soap. These films, they just grab the window harder, so we have to be a little bit more aggressive with how much soap we use, especially when you want your films to slide around. You don't bump it. Bam! Doors. I think 3 teaspoons or 3 tablespoons and 1/2 half an ounce. Oh wait, no, 3 tablespoons is 1/2 an ounce? Sounds about right. You know, it's actually really annoying to talk in ounces. But it's what I say too, because that's what, like, if you look at any liquid, like, that's what they're usually measured in. But, like, most people don't have, like, a little measuring cup around. So this is what I have. Sun Distributing now has their own little measuring cups that they sell along with their tint kegs. They're super cool. I wonder if I got one sitting over here. Is it even worth grabbing? How much time? Oh, yeah, there it is. Let's look in the bag of goodies here. So this is somebody's tool setup for the next upcoming class. And this is the measuring cup that Sun Distributing has. So you can find measuring cups anywhere. But hey, you know, to have one of these, it's got cups, it's got ounces. It's small. So what's cool, I like about this one, before they came out with this one, is you can just fill it up to exactly where you need it, and then drop this whole, like, pour it, drop the whole thing into your tank, mix it up, and then you never are gonna misplace it. Just throw it in your tank. So when you dump out your spray bottle, grab that, rinse it out, fill it back up with soap, drop it in. So you always have a consistent amount, and you always know where your measuring cup is. Until you get to that point where you're just like, I just, that should be enough. That's what I do at this point. So then when people ask me, I go, I don't know. Did I miss you using the Workhorse too? No, not yet. So this has been a big headache to set up. I've been trying to shoot a video, and my first plan was I come in on Tuesday, get this thing set up, make a video, and then I half finished the video, and then I get to Thursday, and I had a number of other problems too. So it's not the plotter's fault. It was just, we had to do a couple of really small tweaks, and now it's cutting really, really good. So my issue was like, I guess I got to do this again. Okay, so the Workhorse 1 I don't think does this, but there's probably a way to get to the top of it. Workhorse 2, if you have one of these things, I had no idea. This is a hood, and you can open it. What? Look at that. Okay, and then what we ended up doing was we took this. How do I get my fingers in there? There we go. So this is a cover. This comes off. Be careful of these wires. Don't just yank this off. This pops off. I've done it about 20 times right now. So this comes off easier for me. And there are 2 screws right here. These needed to be loosened just like a quarter, half turn, just a little bit. Because I was getting some funny things happening to my cuts. So along my top edges, there was like these little peaks. It was not smooth. I went over to the Workhorse 1, cut it out. It was smooth. Went over to the Workhorse 2. It was not smooth. And I'm like, what the hell? So Plotter Depot has fantastic customer support. So this isn't just for me. This is for anybody. When you go to set up your plotter, if you're having any type of pressure issues, cut issues, just call them. They're more than happy to guide you through recommended settings, startup, what you should start your pressure at, how far you should have your blade out, just little things. They've got videos, but they can be, if I had talked to them first, it would have saved me a lot of time. Because there's nothing wrong with the machine. It's just, when I got it shipped to me, little things can happen in shipping. So they'll usually have those screws maybe be a little tighter. Those screws will get loosened up, jostled in shipping, so they didn't want it to be overly loose. So it's something if I had known about, I could have fixed. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. I need different film anyways. So we're probably gonna cut the rear quarters out and see how they work on this one. But yeah, it's in a very workable state right now. I'm really happy. There's a few plotter mods, I guess, that we're going to be making here soon, too. I did not know. Some people are using painter's tape to cover their cut strip, which is really, really cool. So they're using tape over the cut strip, so that then it's super easy to get a new cut strip at that point. And then also, they are filing down the rollers. So then you can actually use all the rollers at the same time. You don't just have to put one on each edge. That blew my mind. So I'm going to have to do a follow-up to that and make some of those changes. It'll be really, really nice, though, when I do. What do we need? We need 35. Yeah, let's grab our 35. So we got the doors done. Let's throw some film on this. Let's see if it'll work for me, if I'll be having a bad day. Black Gorilla Tape. Yeah, I've heard Gorilla Tape is a great option. I saw a picture of Kevin was using painter's tape too. So the only thing I would want to see about Gorilla Tape is like, if it's ever got to be changed, is it going to leave a ton of shit behind? That's the only question I need answered first before I put that on there. That's why I'd feel a little bit safer with painter's tape. But yeah, this one's the Workhorse 2. This has been sitting in a box for a very long time now. And they're coming back in stock. They sent me a message and they're like, hey, are you going to make a video? And I was like, hey, yes. Finally, I got some time. I'll go set it up. And then that's been 2 days of my life. So I need to do that. So the buttons and settings are essentially identical here. So the menus, everything looks very similar. They're just in a different arrangement. I think we're going to be good there. Let's do the quarter windows first. Canon. Okay, so this is a 22. Does this one fit rolls better? No. Which is one of the reasons why I was not incredibly stoked about it from the beginning. I was like, well, the rollers are in the same position. I would really like them to be appropriately placed so you could have one on each side. However, I'm going to be filing them down, and so we should be able to use all the rollers. which is just... All right, so we're going to do this on a 40. This is where I have to make a tough choice. Do we go for it? Yeah, I suppose. This makes the most sense. It's just... I just put a different blade in there, and I think it's set up right. So it should be okay. If it's not, I will be sad. All right, let's do it. Let's burn some film. Oh, wait, no. Let's put these up here. Ready? Where's this window? And cut. 25-degree blade? Something like that. I'm nervous. It did good with some quarter windows. I'm just gonna help it along here. Because my biggest problem was just like I spent so much fiddling the blade and the pressure, and then I had those problems initially, and it just might have been too much. Make sure you put the film under this anti-static string. Ah, interesting. Oh, did I fuck it up? Oh, it's my bad. I shouldn't have done that. That was a big no-no. Oh, that was my fault, I think. Right? Yes. Yes, that is. Whoopsies. All right, I was lifting it. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just let it do its thing. Sometimes helping it along, like I said, I would have just rather had a couple of simple cuts. We'll try this first. I put a scratch in it. When I put a... When I pulled the film up to just help it along, it dragged along the plotter blade. But I'm not sure about these cuts yet. So we'll see. Ooh, that's good. That's good. I think I have it set up right. Yes. Ooh, that's perfect. Okay. Well, cool. And it's set up right, and I still screwed it up. Of course I did. All right, let's leave those there. So this pattern would have been perfect. I should have noticed a problem that I was creating, but it's not. But before I go too far, yeah, that hairline scratch, that sucks. Before I go too far, let me install the quarters, I guess, and then we'll recut out this back window. What software? I'm using Film Cut. So this one should be for this window, right? Yes, perfect. That's what I like to see. Let's trim some of this liner. Yeah, I've actually never used the anti-static string before. Somebody said it'll help. I believe it. There's some rolls that are like way more staticky than others. The C2, the Pro Classic maybe a little bit more. The C2 is definitely not staticky. That shit'll just slip right out of your fingers. But we were doing ASWF and running Lumar sometimes through a plotter, and you could hear it, like especially in the wintertime. It's very dry. You could hear it like crackle as it's going through. Is Film Cut good? I always hear about bad patterns. They have some of the best ones that I've been dealing with. I'm going to continue to test them out. They made a recent update that is pretty major. They finally give you the ability to resize patterns, which should have been there. It should have been there from the beginning, because who doesn't have that feature? But the way that they implemented it was really, really smart. So you can actually pick a spot. I'll show you guys. You can pick a spot on your pattern to extend, and you don't have to do it by points. You basically, like, you go, hey, I want to make my window longer. And instead of telling the entire pattern to stretch out, what you can do is you can select this area and make it go down. And it'll go from that direction, which is, I've never seen patterns do that before. So maybe it's already implemented in somebody else's software. When we were using Tint 2020, it either makes the entire pattern wider or makes the entire pattern taller. And then they also tweaked a couple settings on both plotters, so maybe the patterns will line up better from the beginning. Okay, so I'll show you guys on here. So this is the Telluride front door. If I wanted to make this whole bottom edge, let's say I cut it out, I installed it, it's just a little gap on the bottom or something. I don't like it, I want it to be longer. I can click on editing, I can click on resize, I can hold shift and select the, right click, edit template. Hold shift, drag a box over the bottom of the window. Now I got these points here, and you have a 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, 1/8 inch, however long you want to stretch it out at one time. Click a 1/4 inch, watch the bottom. Boom, it's a little bit longer. Boom, it's a little bit longer. And you can just keep making your window longer. 1/2 inch. Keep going. Like, isn't that's super cool? Because it didn't change the sides, it didn't change anything else. I just want it to be a little bit longer. Boom, done. That's really impressive. You can do some weird stuff. So like edit. Let's say this part. Like, what is the, look, now I made a new window. Now it's a transit. That's pretty cool. Film and Vinyl Designs has everything except good patterns. DAP and Core have had that for a while, but they are locked down to their dealers. It's a problem with that too. There's always like hang-ups with everything. So to see like a software anybody can pick up do this, yeah, that's awesome. Very, very nice. Film and Vinyl Designs I didn't have much luck with, so but they are also available. Yep. Can even make designs and lettering. Yep. This one is just like if you are window tinting primarily and like you don't do a lot of that other stuff, which like to be honest, all I pretty much ever used a plotter for was window tinting anyways. So I need the patterns to work, I need them to be accurate, and then maybe some minor tweaks here and there, and what is it, 85 a month? It's definitely a good option out there. Patterns are pretty solid, just the top edges are iffy. Yeah, DigiCut was better with the top edges. Word. All right, so let's go ahead and see how these quarter windows line up with my plotter modifications. Where's my chat? Let's put them back up. That's my same experience with film and vinyl. It was like, I don't, if like a big part of it is like, I expect all the gaps to be covered and the top edge to come pretty close, like just within reason. And there's some really bad patterns that I just had to deal with.
Alligator window tint super chatted $4.99. If you are mobile, FVD is available offline, so it does not matter if your client has good cell signal or Wi-Fi.
Gator, thank you for the 5. If you don't have internet, then you can still use Film and Vinyl Designs. They send you a USB key, so they do things a little bit differently. Most of them, yes, you do need an internet connection. That's how they make sure that you are paying for the software, but it also ensures that you get correct updates. So a lot is server-based for them. So for all your mobile guys out there, definitely get a hotspot if you're carrying around a plotter. But I know cell signal can be an issue. And sometimes you just don't get a good cell signal. This is 2022. They're working on it. How much is the plotter? Okay, so this one that I've been using for the past year on their site is $1,600. That one is $2,000. So the biggest difference is you get a couple more rollers on this one. It's taller. It's, in my opinion, better built. It is a beefy frame. It looks better. It's just a much, it's cleaner. When you look at this guy, it's still fine and gets the job done. And to be honest, you're not impressing anybody with your plotter look anyways, so does that really matter? No, but, you know, spending a little bit more money when something's nicer, cleaner, yeah, I appreciate it. So this machine just looks better. Both cables are on the same side now. Small difference there. It was on, the power's on one side, data's on the other, so like cable arrangement is a little bit simpler on this one. And then the cut groove is probably the biggest physical change that you're practically going to use. So on the Workhorse 1, your cut groove is down here. So when I spit out a whole pattern, I got to go like 5 inches past to here to just cut a really straight line efficiently, because they got this little groove here that I'll just, you know, put my blade in. Makes life easy. On this one, they they put the groove right up here, so then it only spits out the film a couple inches. It's just, you know, a little bit better. I like the placement of that better. Unfortunately, the rollers are not in any better place, but like I said a little bit earlier, we are going to try filing down the rollers so we can use all the rollers and that won't have to be a thing anymore. Still don't see how we can't have steady internet everywhere, but we could put a man on the moon. You know, there's just those things. What the fuck was that? Oh, that's cool. Wait, oh, there's a... Oh, wait. Does that do something different? That probably does something different. Oh. So that goes there. Is there the bar to take it back? So if I press this again. Whoa! All right, that's cool. I appreciate that a great deal. Look at this. I gotta get in the back here. Ba-bam. That's nice. I'm getting me a Telluride now. All right, let's save this. There are some cool little features in here, that's for sure. Do you know what the process of filing down the rollers? So what I've been told over the phone is you can take a, like he got a file from Lowe's, Lowe's again, and then held it on the roller, and then just, the roller spun around like 8 times, and then he wiped it off with like a rag. It just kind of smooths the grooves out. And you can just, you know, let it do it nice and even, let it go around about 8 times, check it, see if you need to do a little bit farther. So I'd try it first with like one of the rollers that really aren't gonna get used, so on like the very side or something, and then go to the other ones and do it. But Kevin has done it, and he is using all the rollers, and he is a longtime window tinter too, so if he was having an issue with marks, you would definitely hear about it. He says it is good to go, which is awesome. I just noticed this has like a little bump down. This one's nice and straight. Huh. There's a little bit of Kia. What is that? There's like foam. Just making sure. Okay. I think when they installed this, there's probably a little bit of foam that got stuck there. Just gonna make sure I'm got enough clearance there. Yeah, just a couple of like easy mods to do. But that would make a huge difference for me. Just because that's something you're gonna do on like any plotter. Graphtec, Roland, you put the rollers on the outside. Never thought to file them. So having to arrange those even less. And if I have my roller set, if it leaves a slight mark, it's only on the liner. Oh, that's cool. But the film side, oh, no. Film side's, liner side facing down. Okay, no, it makes sense. Yes, exactly. Rough rollers are on the bottom. Tough rollers are on the top. Or sorry, tough rollers are on the bottom. Smooth rollers are on the top. Mm-hmm. I just didn't know that was a thing. That's super cool. They get a nice 5-year warranty on them too. So if you need parts replaced, customer support, anything like that, I mean, that's kind of crazy. So yeah, I like, when I was setting up that machine, I was having a hell of a time. And then I cut out the pattern on the Workhorse 1. And I really, like, honestly, the Workhorse 1 just came almost perfectly set up. It was just dialing in the blade. And what was a challenge for me was coming from like a Graphtec, where they're just, they've got some features that make them a little, you have to babysit them a little bit less, where these ones, you just got to babysit them a little bit more. But a Graphtec's going to run you like $5,000 new, depending on what you go with. So, yeah, I went, I cut out my patterns. Anytime I've done quarter windows, back windows, like, it's just, the question is always, do the cuts line up? Not, does the plotter work at this point? But yeah, I do have to babysit it, so. When are you gonna do a video? The video on a couple of plotter mods will probably come soon after I get this other video edited, which is that I've spent the last couple of days. So I just have found this out within like yesterday/today. I didn't know I could file them, and now I want to go get a file and do that so I can use more rollers, try some different tape. The unfortunate part is I don't have a lot, like I really only have like, I might have a couple spare blades. I have to check. But I'm worried about basically destroying some blades in the process of this. That'd be like one concern. So I don't have anything on backup. But we'll probably say in the name of science. I don't know. I bought some like blade packs, but they were like these ones. These blades. Oops. These ones came with it, and then so did this. But while I was setting up the plotter, I think I ended up damaging this blade, unfortunately. So I have it running off of one of those other blades. What size shirt? Large. Are you gonna send me a shirt? Wait, did it really? Come on. Come on, dude. Why? Why you do this? It just curled on itself. Ay, ay, ay. All right, well, we'll cut out some new ones. That's unfortunate. So that was the passenger side. Not sure. Not sure if that's the case, but if you have the vacuum and the large bottom roller for 36-inch roll, I say that's a deal. They might be working on one, but it's not here yet. Left. So that's this guy. Cool. So we'll do that. We'll cut this back out. And I don't know. I'm not going to touch it this time. I'm just going to let it do its thing. That's something that would happen to me. It's such a simple, dumb mistake. I do it all the time, too. I peel my quarters, and then it just like, yeah. That was fun. Oh, what? Oh, I see what happened. Well, rip. It wasn't my fault. It was the plotter. Did I ruin it? Guys, I might have, I'll be honest, I might have ruined this. So I did a thing, and maybe I shouldn't have done the thing, but I like, oh, did I lose the screws too? Yikes. Okay, I'll explain. But I think we got a quarter window, so that's probably okay. So film can curl in on itself. Geo's really like one of the least offensive ones when it comes to that. I was just being a little not careful with it. You know, accidents happen. I'm just gonna peel this out. Yeah, I'm just gonna redo it. Good thing it's carbon. All right, let's start over again. This wouldn't be a tint video if Matt didn't have plotter issues after saying everything was okay. All right, I'm gonna set it back. They probably had a smart reason for doing it. So what's weird to me, I don't even know if this is gonna fix it. What's weird to me is, there shouldn't be a difference. I think this might be, no, yeah, it is. This is taller. The where the catch basket bars come up is higher on this one than that one. And that one sticks out farther forward. So I like that because I could push it closer to the wall. So what I ended up doing was I shifted my catch basket forward like my other one. But that might have caused a problem. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pop this guy off and fix it. I don't know, what do you think? You think it was my fault? Could have been. So I thought picking the film up caused a groove. What happened was the film bunched up in the back, raised up, and then scraped along that plotter blade, and then put a stupid groove in my pattern, causing the whole thing to be worthless. So we're gonna fix this. We'll put the catch basket back, and we'll see what happens. See if it still bunches up. Now I'm paranoid. Small difference. But maybe they had a good reason for it. At the end of this, Matt's just gonna go back to the workhorse one. Hang that back on. Come on, I need one more screw. Here. Come on. Someone else is learning from your mistake, though. Yeah. And I pick things up from the group, so I suppose it's fair. It does get tiring, though. So now this catch basket is way closer on the front than the rear. So this is going to stick out a little bit farther. There we go. Maybe that'll help. But I honestly didn't notice even that the catch basket was higher up until I was talking to you guys about it just now. I thought it was just farther back where this one comes out. You can see it comes out to here. And then the catch basket is very slim right there. So I'm just going to leave it where it's at. We'll see what happens. And shall we waste some more film, huh? You look like you've done that a lot. No, just a couple times. I had it set up. I changed it. Rear left. Rear quarter left. That's going to be on the driver's side. Yeah, that's the side that we're on. Okay. Let's see. Cut me a pattern. Don't screw it up. Oh, shit. You know what I think it really is? I think it's the string. I think that... Fuck me, dude. Oh, it's on the other side. Oh! God damn it. I betcha I was right in that fucking string, man. Somebody's gonna say, no, don't do that. I don't care. The fun is not over. Wait till my wait till my fucking 35. I wonder if it's gonna start cutting. No. Force 45. So now the question is, did I screw up my blade because it just dug into the cut strip? Even better. Now I want to put it back to where it was. All right. Let's do it one more time. See, the thing is, I'm no stranger to this at this point. Like, I've dealt with this plenty already. It's just funny that all these problems then happen again and again and again. I'm going to put the catch basket, I think I'm going to put the catch basket where it was. It's a anti-static strip, and the thing is, it just hooked the film on the back end rather than let it drape, which then caused the whole thing to screw up. But on top of that, yeah, see, now it's all fine. Static isn't my issue. The static strip was, though. Great learning experience. I'm done. I'm so done learning. I'm done learning plotter. I'm supposed to be living plotter at this point, but I'm not. Just reliving my nightmares. I get along with so much tech. One thing that has never agreed with me, hey, look, it actually didn't screw it up. Yay, perfect. One thing that has never gotten along with me super well are printers. Brand new printer, spent 5 hours trying to get it to print off of USB, turned out to just somehow set itself up in the network instead. Okay, that's weird. Printers don't like me, and plotters. It's just little, there's so many, you see what I mean by babysitting? But, so I thought my catch basket caused my problem. Turned out that damn string, which is probably helpful, as some people have said, if you have staticky film, then use that string. So you loop your film over the string. You loop your film over the string, and it takes the static off of the roll. It's never anything that I've ever used with a plotter, but some films are definitely staticky, so I can see how it'd be helpful. I just forgot it existed, and I didn't think it would literally sabotage my entire roll of film. But it does. So rather than work with it, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Okay, so this is what I usually do. Leave about that much on if I need to. And then you can peel the rest of it off and then just make sure it doesn't roll on you. It's just the way that I pulled it off. All the film rolled in on itself. Then going down this rabbit hole of fun problems. They don't like me, and I don't like them. What software? We're using FilmCut. So you saw that cut. That was beautiful, right? It all came off the roll. I helped it along. Everything cut out nice and clean. I'm assuming the back window too. So like, when this is the repeating story. When they're working right, when you know exactly what to do, they're a very useful tool. How quick is that quarter window? Very quick. Everything lined up? Yes, actually, I didn't even comment on that. It was great. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. But keep in mind all those little babysitting things that you have to do, and if you don't do it quite right, the film, what happened was it looped up, stuck to itself, fed the whole thing back through the plotter, which then makes the cut blade, and then it also ruins the film. So I ruined film. Oh yeah, this is what it did. It looped and then stuck to itself, and then it, which then has the chance of completely ruining your cut blade, which is a major problem because then you have to buy a new one and sit there and twiddle and set it up, and then you just lost all the film too. Sucks. So thankfully, it didn't cause damage as far as I can tell. We'll check this piece and find out. Stay tuned. This is a problem I would have with basically any machine. It's not exclusive to this. These just have a couple other babysitting things that you have to keep in mind. That's all.
Burner _ account super chatted $9.99. Sorry about the anti-static strip booby trap. My bad fam. My bad. I've just had luck with it.
It's your fault. No, I didn't use it. I didn't use it the way I should have used it, and then it did turn into a booby trap. So I didn't think it was going to do that. I didn't think if you didn't loop it, you know, I don't even see it, so I forget it even exists. It's just drooping down the back. It's there to help me. The next thing I know, sabotage. Oh, look at this. Look at this cut, though. That is fantastic. That's amazing. Perfect. So thank you. Thank you, Burner, for the 10. I appreciate that. It's good to know they exist. So if anybody has staticky film, you're running it through a plotter, it's snap, crackle, popping on you. It is an issue that people have to deal with. That anti-static strip, or there's other things that I've seen. I saw like somebody use brushes on the front of their plotter as it's spitting out film. It had like these static brushes, so it would basically sweep all the static off of the roll, which is super cool. But it just held it in a tube. And then it's like, I'm still a little stunned from it. Roll falls, the film droops behind it, gets held by that strip. More film is getting backfed, and then it holds the film up, and then as it's dragging it back through, that film is then lifted, and then it scrapes along the blade that is suspended up higher. Like, what? It does have to be tight, though. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I've never used one before. I just left it drooping there, so that's the way it was set up when it came. I figured you'd have to, like, do something with it. Yeah, screw it, I don't need it. He said before 50 other problems happened. Don't worry, the fun's not over yet, though. All right. So let's grab our film. But yeah, those patterns were awesome. No problems with that. No problems with patterns. No problems with the cuts, which is 100% opposite of the problem that I was dealing with over the past couple days. So, like, I had a problem with the patterns because the plotter was, I had to loosen a couple of screws so it would roll more freely. So I did have pattern problems, and then I had cut problems. So I swapped out a blade, and then I'm good to go. So that's been taken care of. So. So have you fully come around to the dry shrink prep, or you just like to mix it up? I like a quicker solution. So Yeah, at this point, it's been really good. Giving it to brand new people, I've noticed like if you know what you're doing for shrinking, dry shrink prep is great. You have to just be careful not to put too much on. And so when you hand the bag to a new person, they don't even know what to look for necessarily, and I messed it up too. So dryer sheets, you can just soak a whole one, slap it on the glass, and you're all good to go. So I'll leave that up to you what you want to start out with, but yeah, I like a quick solution where I can put this on the glass and within seconds it's already ready to go. That is super cool. Because I'd be sitting here, like this is one of the first things I would have done. I would have prepped the back window. But I didn't even touch the back window. I'm gonna come here, wipe it off, dry shrink prep it, we're ready to go. That's awesome. So just keep that in mind. It's not really gonna make your shrink any easier, but I do like that it's a quicker thing. So when we were practicing in the class, like we were pulling a lot of back windows off and reapplying them, and to try and dry out more dryer sheet, like this was a faster way to do a lot of repeat practice too. You just got to know how much you're putting on. Just do a light coat is all you need. Too much will start screwing you out. Oh yeah, somebody asked about the class earlier. So I am running classes once a month right now, 3-day classes. I give away a crap ton of tools along with that. June is all filled up. There are open spots for July right now if you're interested. Oh, so as for like the safety, I've like browsed some articles and stuff. There's stuff that you put in your dryer, but the thing is, yeah, we're not handling it for very long, but I've been now tinting for like 15 years. So I've used dryer sheets every day of the week pretty much for a very long time. You're getting into weird stuff. So there's lots of bad stuff that happen all the time. Is it going to be a problem? I don't know. But when you're doing something for this long, there's definitely something to be concerned about. But it's faster, so that's cool. How do we sign up for classes? Tint stuff. Is it gonna do it? Is it gonna do it? Oh no, I gotta click this box, and then I think it'll do it. Tint stuff. Sweet, I gotta change that. So it's mytintstuff.com has details on classes. I got pictures from the last ones. I've got some details on the dates, the time, and some more info about it. The gist of it is it's a 3-day hands-on class. You will be here from 9 to 4. The first day we do door windows. The second day we work on back glasses and windshields. And the third day is kind of a bit of both. People seem to like practicing on doors or on back windows and windshields more than just the doors. So there tends to be a little bit more of that, but it's really geared for like, okay, we're gonna go over everything so you can see a good demo in person. You're gonna have a lot of hands-on practicing. First half of the first day is really like cutting out doors. Then the second half of the day, we're then gonna install those doors that you cut out or get you more doors to install. And then I'm gonna kind of watch. I'm gonna see what needs to be adjusted, where your weak points are, and how to improve that. So I'm basically just a big babysitter. I'm constantly like nagging you and making little adjustments and refinements and any questions that you have regarding what you're doing and anything about the business we talk about. So there's a fair amount of structure to it, but it's not super rigid because everybody's got different problems. Like I said earlier, there were a couple guys that had already been installing for a little while, and they wanted to get their feet wet more with windshields. So we focused on windshields with them more and reverse rolling. So that was super cool. Because, like, you know, if you've been tinting for a year and you can install, you know, a fair amount of door windows and you're familiar with hand cutting, and then you get into those things like, hey, double cutting, I want to see what that's like, or a way to then improve my time. I have taught in every class, there's been somebody that has been completely brand new to it, and it just depends on your knack for it. Some people pick it up really, really quickly. Some people take longer, but you'll definitely go home better than when you came. So I always recommend getting some film, getting some tools, like just playing around with stuff beforehand so you're not like completely brand new, like you have never touched film so you don't know whether or not, like, you know, which side the film is on, which side the liner's on, shrinking. Like, it's just you understand kind of the overall process. You don't have to be by any means like, I've tinted 20 cars, but just at least have played around with film, because it'll help you out a lot. Because then you'll know what kinds of questions to ask more. I think I see the problem here. Oh, so the classes are here. Sterling Heights, Michigan. At this place. Not online. This is your online class. This is about as good as it gets. I'll be in either August or September. Cool, man. Looking forward to it. I need to open up August. I'll open that up soon. Work on 1 month at a time for the most part. So as like June filled up, then July got opened. So they'll be going on for the rest of the year until December. November is going to be the last class this year. As long as everything is still good, which it should be. They've been really, really good, really helpful. I'm glad to hear people that come here like them. If 3 days seems short, it is and it isn't. Like, some of the days will go by pretty quickly, but I've been really happy to see what people get out of them. Because there's so many little things that I notice that I try and mention that a lot of people that don't know necessarily what they're looking for, they don't really notice it. And so, like, even when they're doing it here at the class, they don't notice that it's happening. So those are a lot of the adjustments that you get out of it. Making little refinements on like carrying the film, placing the film. Definitely shrinking is a huge part of it. Nice. Do you have a link for the tool belt? Yeah. So it's an Avery Dennison tool belt. Sun Distributing. You can find them at sundistributing.com. They are awesome tool belts. I give them away with a class. It's like a $60 tool belt. I got an extra one sitting in here. I bought a new one for myself, and I still haven't set it up yet. This is what they look like. This is after 4... No, longer than that. God, what is this? Probably like 5, 6 years of use. And it's a tool belt. It's still going. The only thing is the buckle has like half broke. God, I gotta find my other one. This buckle here, you can see it's loose. Like it broke on one spot. It still clips, still holds. Still going. But yeah, search for Avery, A-V-E-R-Y. It's that Avery Dennison tool belt. It's awesome. Appreciate it. I have one that is very uncomfortable. Well, that's not fun. Nobody likes an uncomfortable tool belt. Most of the tool belts out there are just not great. Like the Ergodyne one, that one's got like 10,000 pockets. And it's too wide. It's like too stubby and it's too wide. This one has some deeper pockets to it, and you have 2 big pockets and these little handy ones for all your shorter tools, and that's all you need. So 2 belt loops if you like using 2 squeegees. Extra pockets on this side. So it's made for vinyl wrapping, but you know, window tinting is not very far off from that in terms of what we need. Too bad you fight printers, otherwise they'd say buy a 3D print another one. Use a chest rig made for walkie-talkies. You know, I've seen some guys use like a chest setup, but not for window tinting, more for like paint protection film. But I don't know what they were using. Sounds kind of like that, though. All right. So I need this guy here. One of these. So we got to get some film on this windshield. So we're going to do 50 on the windshield. The rest of this is done. Ooh, I gotta adjust this. Model 3 back window suggestions. 60 inch wide roll. Shrink out the sides. Get yourself a PVC pipe. Cut it about 2 feet wide. Something like that. Just wide enough so you can sneak it near the bottom of the back window. Mine was a little too wide last time I used it. And then you're gonna reverse roll the entire window from the bottom to the top. It's a pretty in-depth back window. There's a lot to it. Charge more for it. It's a project. You can find on Amazon pretty decent price, and I enjoy them way better than a pouch. Interesting. I've never dived into something different from a tool belt. So it'd be interesting to take a look at. I wonder if these are laminated. Ooh, they are. Look at you, Kia. This car is not going to have any dots. Dots are laminated in the glass. That's super nice. Back has privacy glass. No dot borders on this one. Is that too far down? No. There we go. Looks like they give me a good amount of space too. Like not a ton, but decent. How about going left to right instead of top to bottom? If you can do that, that would be amazing. There's a lot of curve from bottom to top. It's a big bow. So to roll it up all the way across without getting like creases in the film would be big. And also it's so much film to manage. Honestly, from bottom, like the reason a PVC pipe is so helpful on that is because of how much film you have to roll up together. There's so much weight. It's got a lot of water weight with that film. So that PVC pipe helps keep everything stable so you can unroll it without getting lots of the ends to just bend down and put a crease through the entire roll. Shrinking it left to right on the sides, that has been way easier for people to do. There are a couple of videos of people shrinking top to bottom. Way more film to shrink if you do that way, because all your sides are much longer, the top and the bottom are stubby, so all that shrinking has to be done out somewhere. So there was a car, I think it was the Eclipse, like 90s Eclipse. It's taller than it is wider, and this is something my my brother noticed, and he ended up shrinking it out the sides. I didn't even think about that. I'm not that smart. I figure out some things, but I don't know. I watch a lot of people. I pay attention when something different or helpful comes along. You know, I kind of see like, hey, would that be helpful for me? I don't know. What made you want to start your own tinting business? So I could continue to do YouTube. There we go. That one turned out really, really nice. Sometimes I oversaturate it or get too much suds up. No, so I kind of fell into tinting. My dad owns an auto accessories company that offered tinting, so that's how I got my start. You know, it was a summer job for me. Ooh, let me go grab a battery. So I kind of just like fell into tinting. It was family business. It was doing remote starts, auto glass, detailing, that kind of stuff. Canon. Doing that kind of stuff, and then just kind of fell into it. Do you know Haas just went live too? You guys should go check him out. Ooh, another deposit request. That's sweet. Okay, I'm going to change the battery here really quick. So I was tinting and then doing aviation mechanics. At the same time, I was going to aviation mechanics school, because that's what, you know, seemed interesting. There was a school rep that came to my high school at the time, made it sound fun, took a year off of school, went to do that. And then I was going to school the same time I was learning how to tint, but I was like, at first I was detailing and doing that. So I was working that as like a full-time job, and then I was also going to school full-time. And it was that pretty much from 8 a.m. Well, actually I'd have to get up at like 6:30, 7 o'clock, drive 45 minutes out to work, drive another 30, 45 minutes out to school, then drive another 30, 45 minutes back home. Get home at about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, wake up at 6 or 7, do it all again. That was super fun. Did I not turn this on? There we go. I didn't turn it on. So I just kept tinting after I finished school. Come on, come on. There we go. Ta-da! And then I've been tinting for about, I think 15 years now is where I'm at. And started the channel back in 2011. And it's always, wait, is this Pro Classic? This is Pro Classic. We don't want to put that in that box. So I started the channel back in 2011. And I didn't have any real goals with it. I just started a channel because I liked YouTube. And then it's kind of just been going from there, off and on for a long time. And then I stopped doing it altogether for a while and went full window tinter. But I really liked mixing the media side with window tinting. It was always really fun for me. I just could never do it on anybody else's time. The only way to do it was to basically have my own space is what I figured out. So that's why eventually I ended up opening up this place. So I've learned a lot too. Because I never did the client side of things. I always stayed in the back. So then, like, you know, talking to clients, like, you know, if somebody had some questions or a problem, it wasn't that big of a deal once in a while, but we had, like, sales guys for that. And then we just yell at sales guys for scheduling appointment problems, and then if there was, like, issues with the work that we did, we'd take care of it. But usually they were pretty poor at explaining situations anyways. Yeah, so I haven't done carbon on the windshield. It's kind of been Pro Classic or ceramic lately. God, this stuff is slick. This stuff is slick compared to Pro Nano and Pro Classic. Here's my... I can't even... See what I mean? There it goes. Stay. Oh, that's what I needed. At this point, I should probably put some of that on a shelf, unroll it, and then just let it roll itself onto the glass. That'd be much easier than what I do. Now I have the ability to do that. So this Kia had privacy glass. What did you put on it? I put 35 on the rear, and then we did 20 on the front. So the back is definitely darker than the front doors, but he didn't want to go limo. He just wanted to stay a little bit lighter. So 35 was a good option over that. Kind of puts it in like the 10% range. I don't know how you... Well, I didn't do a very good job there. It was definitely sliding on me. Just have to like will it into place at that point. Tight grip, but it was still falling. I've done that with a ton of films, and I tell you, when it's a 100-foot roll, brand new, and I have to do a windshield like that, yeah, it's real tough. But Pro Nano and Pro Classic, I can hold those better because they have some static in them. Where'd that Pro Classic go? Oh, that's carbon. I don't know. What is this? No, it's empty. So this is carbon. This is carbon 50. So this is gonna, I'll do this and you can see it's already going. Like there it goes. Like you just gotta grip this thing much harder. Where the 35, God, I just had a roll, right? And just like that, it's gone. I probably just threw it into another box. Oh, that's this one. So this is the same amount of film, if not a little bit more. And it's got a little bit of static to it. So I can do this and it just holds. If I let go, it'll start going, but it's got a little bit of static to it or a little bit of grip. Thinking about trying V Nano by GeoShield, what do you think? There's guys that definitely like it. I never really found where it slots into my lineup. So V Nano is a way to have a ceramic film and be a little bit more budget friendly. So with V Nano, you're not getting as high grade of a polyester. So that comes at a little bit of a clarity cost. There's different grades to all of these. So it's a way to keep some costs down, but you trade off clarity with heat performance. Personally, ceramic is one of those things that is it's a top tier film. So I never really found a place to offer a budget ceramic in my business, but it might work for you. The way that I have mine right now is I have Pro Classic as my entry film. So you have no heat rejection with that. You have good aesthetics, a color stable film. It'll last. And it's what most people know tint for. You know, it's like tint is tint, right? Carbon is really hardly any more expensive. Or it's not like, carbon is not a lot more expensive, which is nice because they don't charge a lot more for it. So it's a nice upgrade. It gives you 50% heat rejection, still keeping good clarity and cost down. And then from there, you go into an upper tier ceramic that has a better warranty, good heat rejection, but still maintains that clarity. And personally, I think like if you are installing a film that just doesn't, that's not first and foremost clear, it's confusing. But not everybody notices it. So I would get it and try it. Try it for yourself and see how you like it. Drive around with it for a little bit. And if it ticks all the boxes for you, then yeah, go ahead and carry it. Second plotter, what's a second plot? We have the Workhorse 2 set up. It's been sitting in the back for a long time. I've finally made time to set up. And man, I needed time. If you do everything right, it sets up real quick and easy. It's kind of how the Workhorse 1 was. It really didn't take me long to get the film dialed in. Any luck using plotters for windshields? Not really. It's all up to here, let me get this. It's all up to the patterns. Windshield, there's about 5 million variations of any one particular windshield. But there can also be like border differences between them too. So, I don't know, windshields have been a really challenging thing for any company to nail down. But side windows and back windows, those don't really change, or they change very little. So you have like a pretty obvious change from one like model range to another if there is. But they generally use the exact same windows throughout. 100 different trims out there. You know, from half year they might change the computer system. So they'll change where all the dots and stuff are. But even that, like, you'll cut out the right windshield and it just won't line up. That's been my experience with it. So you just don't typically see a lot of windshields. If you like Pro Classic, try Pro Nano, big difference. Oh, for sure. Yeah, specs and info sheets and all that, like, it can be confusing. The way to simplify it is look at the type of film. Pro Classic is a dyed film. Pro Nano is a ceramic film. So they're essentially in different categories. And you gotta separate things into first film type, what is it? And then you can start comparing it with other things in that same category. So you naturally wanna go Pro Classic, C2, Pro Nano from the looks of everything, but they've got a bunch of other films in between there. So across the lineup, it starts to get more and more confusing. Like they have some other ceramic films now. They have some other carbon film now too. So they've got a couple of options out there. It's all ceramic or garbage. Depends on, to me, it's where's your budget? I think that's like, where's your budget and what do you really value? Not everybody that comes in my shop wants 90% heat rejection. I'm pretty realistic at this point. We're in Michigan. It stays cold a good amount of the year. So having that additional heat block when you really want it in the summertime, like, yes, I needs it. But then, like, we're not buying, if you're really smart, you're buying your summer clothes in the wintertime, but that's not how most people are. Oh, that's where my line is. Okay. That makes sense. I'm dropping this down a little bit. So for me, like, I'd love to install nothing. I mean, as any tint shop, we all want to install ceramic all day, every day. Like, why wouldn't you? But not all my clients are necessarily going to value that. Sorry, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm shifting my whole pattern down. And I'll explain why. Most people in the Netherlands just want tint for the looks. That's fair. There's a lot of shops, and some shops that I worked for, and if you go back on my channel, I had seen successful shops do it. I was wondering if I could do it myself. Ugh, what the heck? Did this get shorter? All right, I might have to just redo this one. Did I trim it too close on the sides? I guess I did. Bummer. So, yeah. I creased it. It's come back to haunt me. Sorry. Let me do a little bit more of this. So this is actually a good example of why I ended up going back to dryer sheets. And to me, it's a little unexplained, but I would run into this occasionally. I don't know if it was the amount I put on. I don't know if it's just my carbon film, it just grips the carbon film more. I don't know. I'm going to put a little bit more on this time. Most of this was fine. But it got to the bottom, and the film, unfortunately, grabbed this spot down here, and then I put a sideways crease in it. It was light, but it was in a bad spot. So I was trying to shift the whole film down, but it's tapered, so I didn't cut it quite wide enough. So now I'm just gonna try and do it again. That's the story. Atlanta gets hot. That's why it's Hot Atlanta. Okay, so like people that aren't familiar with Michigan, like we still get hot weather here, but it's 4-5 months periodically during that time. Like we will have hot days. So I don't know. Some people might think like, oh, it's a polar bear state, and it is for a good amount of the year. But that being said, like there's still people that are getting carbon and ceramic films. Some people, they just want to get the best. Some people are like, they like their cars. They want to put something nicer on it. So carbon's, like, in my opinion, it's the best value prop out of the line, or out of the range. Why you're sorry? Oh, because I hadn't used this for a while, and this was like the issue that I was having with it initially that made me stop using it. But as far as I could tell, then I was having a winning spree with it. Now, I don't know if I just didn't quite put enough on it, or it's just this windshield. I don't know. Something happened that I can't quite put my finger on. So I don't like switching to one thing only to then switch right back for whatever. So I don't know. I like the speed. So we'll give this another go. This is probably me. But anyways. What I was getting at before was, like, people weren't looking for heat rejection films here. Like, they just, and that's not how I get most of my clients. People that come in here asking about it have come across other stuff that I've either put out there or other people talking about ceramic, and the word just kind of slowly spreading over time. So I've worked at plenty of places that have just like, yeah, none of my customers get that. None of my customers are looking for that. Well, you have to do stuff. If you want clients that are and are interested in it, then you need to do things that start attracting that type of business. So the biggest way to do that is start giving people a reason why it's even a thing in the first place. Like, why is it nice? This looks like it's going better. I probably just had not quite enough on it. So, like, like I was saying, selling summer clothes in the wintertime. it's going to sell itself easier when it's hot outside. But it's still not just going to magically sell itself. Also, you have to take a look at what demographics, what clients that you're attracting to your shop. One of the coolest things about this guy that came in was like he was super impressed with the job that I did on a family member's car, and he's had tint done in the past, and that just makes you feel good. So like he's already excited coming in here, and that makes me excited too. But a lot more budget focused clients, they're not going to have the money to spend a lot on ceramic, especially if they've never known anything about it going into your shop. So when it comes to this one, like, this is a nice vehicle. He got this thing spec'd out, and he was really impressed with the job that came in. And so now we are doing this thing, we're doing it very right. We're going all out. So initially, this was all the sides and the rear, and we added a full windshield and did carbon on this thing. So this is a fun project. We're gonna make sure it's done right. So the easiest business, which it's easy at face value, it becomes difficult. The quickest, easiest business is price. Lowering prices will naturally attract a wider range of people because there's more people out there that are looking for a sweet deal than there are researching and speccing out their car, at least that you're going to come across in the beginning. People that are doing research for places that exist are going to look a little bit more into what those businesses then put out, and not just pictures. They're going to look at reviews, they're going to look at how many, they're going to get recommendations from friends and family, which is, in my opinion, the strongest that you can get. So the longer that you exist in a certain range, the more clients that you're going to attract, just because you have a wider customer base. Those people refer friends and family, and then they came from a certain bracket, and then the wheel keeps turning. It's just getting it going. So to get it going quickly is price, but a lot of times with price, you have people that I don't know, loyal's always kind of like a weird term for me to use, but like you'd have people that were coming to your shop that it was just a shop. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know what's going on. It's just binding up a little bit more. I gotta be careful. I don't want to crease it again here. Went good on the other side though. It just got smushed. There we go, that's better. Cool. We did it. When you're using plotter, cut the sides, do you run the edge up tight or do you leave a small gap? Plotter cut sides. Oh, okay. I get the top edge as close as I can. I'll do that hand cut or plotter cut. As close as I can get it to the top without anything overlapping the top. That's where I put it. Yeah, I've never had a client ever ask for anything but a closed top edge. It's just whether or not the film is all locked down, and if it's a good film, it'll stick. Remember years ago having a handful of windows fail at the top, It's been years since that happened. It was either how I installed it or it was the film. But those little things, close top edges, if you just do longer top edges, you're not going to have a lot of happy people. It's something somebody goes to roll down their window, they look at that and they're just like, why does it look like that? Ew. So just keep it close. I've had customers specify it both ways. That's weird. I've never heard it the other way. If somebody, there must be like some weird rumor going around in your town then. That's all I can say. I have no idea. I would have an example up front and ask them to pick and say, you will have no problems with either one of them. I don't know why people ask for this, but they do. So if you want this, I can do that. That is a situation for your own business that most people aren't going to run into. But have a piece of glass up front with a display that shows both options. And if your clients are really asking for that, then, you know, it's their vehicle. If that's the way they want it, then okay, I'll do it. With the disclaimer that it's kind of dumb. That way you can appease both crowds. You're not making the choice for them. That's a weird consumer choice that I've never heard. But like, I wouldn't make that choice for them. It's like me picking what shade to put on their cars. It's their choice. I have opinions and, you know, I don't have hard opinions. Like 35 looks all the way around, looks great on a car. 5% all the way around looks great on a car. It's your car. What do you want to drive around with? What look are you trying to achieve? Let's figure that out. So I'll have some input after discussing things with them. But if they don't have like a hard set number and they're a little unsure, we'll figure out what direction that they want to go in. During a blizzard, what can you see though? You can see the blizzard. But yeah, that's why, like, you know, I do top 4 inches on the windows every once in a long while. I haven't done it in years at this point. But shoot, they're paying for it. It's like tinting a cracked windshield too. Somebody comes in with a cracked windshield and they want tint on it. Should they get it replaced? Yeah, absolutely. But they're aware that it's cracked. You go like, hey, you have a cracked windshield. You should get this fixed first. But they're like, ah, that's fine. I just want it tinted. I just want something over it. All right, fine. I'll put tint over it. So there's like, I don't know. There's always like, what is it? In the show Gold Rush, they do lots of bush fixes. There's the proper way to do it, which is usually more expensive, can be more time consuming, and be very costly. Or there's a way to just get something done. And some people, they just want to get something done. I do that. Woof. Where's my push stick? Let's get that. How many times Oh, there it is. Cool, I found it. Can a tinted window be chip repaired? Does it have any effect? It can be repaired. The person that's repairing it just should be aware that it is a tinted windshield. So they might drill a small hole on the outside of the glass. And then I've seen some shops warm up the spots with like a lighter. So if they're taking a lighter to the inside of the glass, they might burn the film. So just make sure that they're aware of it, but yeah, you can repair it. So if a window has been recently chipped and not repaired, get it repaired before you get it tinted, because we're applying heat and pressure to your glass and we don't want to make it worse. However, I leave it up to the client. I had a guy come in on a Saturday and he's like, man, I just got a chip 2 days ago. I haven't had time to get it fixed. I'm scheduled Monday though. And I'm like, okay, I could do it today. I'm worried it's gonna spread. And this was on like a brand new Durango. So he's like, all right, I'll take it. I'll get it fixed first and then I'll be back. No worries, my dude. It's unfortunate, but it happens. I'm gonna put some carpet shield all along the trunk. What better to cover a carpety material than carpet shield? Is 50% the main windshield tint? For me, yes. You're so smart. Thank you. I'm so smart. I figured out that something called carpet shield protects carpet. What's too dark for a windshield? I don't go below 20. For some people, there's nothing that's that's too dark for a windshield. It gets sticky. As a business, you want to just do anything and everything. So if somebody comes and is like, hey, I want to do a 5% windshield, it's money, right? Nobody likes turning away money, but, you know, some might also look at that and go, hey, that's kind of stupid and dangerous. Like me. Are there plenty of times that you can see out of 5 during the day? Yeah, of course. There's just those handful of situations that you're way more at risk. Lies, I've seen you do 2.5. That's true. I've done 2.5. Triple 2.5. Just so I could say I had the darkest windshield ever. Who's gonna do that? See, let's see how stupid we can get. People talk about their double 5. That was the first bit. That was weak sauce. All right. We're gonna do just a little bit more. But yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. It's hard to get right at that edge. But I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna see if I can get closer. Just the whole edge, if I can. Ooh, that. Yes, 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 yes. You know, just something to help out. Because I'm sure getting suede that has been saturated is not super fun to get back on your brand new vehicle. So it takes a little bit of time to do this. That's why we get a little more money. Do something like this. There we go. What do you charge for doing the windshield? So dyed is 150, carbon is 200, and ceramic is 250. So they're not all this much prep. But you know, it's when you get something like this and they just do lots of suede everywhere, which just scroll back through the library, there are not hardly any vehicles that have come in with a suede material around the whole damn headliner and the sides. They may do like a fabric on the pillars and something like more durable on the roof. I don't want to play around with a Kia suede. It scares me too much. So just doing the little things to try and keep all the water off of it, it's good. How much do you spend on rent? $2,400 plus utilities. That's, I don't know. We're getting to the October lease renewal. I don't know how much that's going to be. And do you think tint classes are necessary? No, they're not. They're helpful. If you could buy a way to speed you up, that's what a tint class is. So everything that you see happen on this channel happens in the tint class. It's just a lot more directed. So when I see you making mistakes, I'm guiding you along. I'm just there as an annoying, I don't know, helper or whatever. Like, just like, oh, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Nope, stop. Wait, do this. Nope, not that. This, that. That's what a tint class is really, really good for. So you can go into it as a non-tinter and have a pretty good idea of what to do. You can go into it as a halfway decent tinter and then get much faster. Or focus on those areas that you had a hard time with. Some people have said confidence booster, where they, you know, they just weren't sure. Is this okay? Is this not okay? Oh, and I should say, I put carpet shield on this because it doesn't have as strong as a grab. Like, the glue isn't quite as bitey. On regular headliners, I'll do just the Lowe's tape because it's already cut to size. House wrap tape was perfectly fine for headliners. I don't want this to stick any more than just cling to the fabric. So when I go to pull this, I'm counting on it pulling nice and clean. I'm just looking to cover this up, have enough grab where it's not going to be an issue when I go to remove it. I have seen at this point some posts where people will put Lowe's tape, house wrap tape, tuck tape. They'll put it over like older leathers and stuff, and it ruins them. Once in a while I see that post, so this is not a foolproof solution. Please check either with a small piece or keep some different materials there. Carpet shield will stick to certain materials. So I used to use it without tape, and it stuck to some door panels. It just doesn't stick to every single door panel, unfortunately. It starts to fall off, especially some newer ones. Yeah, I do just window tint and the YouTube stuff. So no soak rope. Vehicle specific. Oh, I do it when it's got room. So I've really liked this towel. This towel does a good job at soaking up a ton of water, but also trying to stay out of my way. That is a huge problem for me. So shoving a soak shield and a towel in the dash gets kind of tight. So this is a way for me to make a little bit more space, and this windshield doesn't necessarily have enough room for both. Not unless you really cram it down. So it's smart to have both, but I don't want to do it in a windshield that's going to make me hurt the final result and then have to do it twice. Because I've done that, and I hate it. Ooh, I should keep a towel up here. My truck didn't have room for the soak shield. No worries. With a good towel, honestly, like, there's a handful of windshields that'll cause problems, and we're still not 100% sure what those windshields are. You know, some people have problems with one vehicle that nobody had problems with before. Somebody does a windshield 2-3 times in a row. Water gets sprayed in the wrong spot. There's no 100% certainty for this. So people were tinting windshields for quite a long time before the soak shield ever existed, but there were also less systems in a car. So, you know, people come up with different things, different solutions to new problems. So do you need one for every car? No. But it's always good to keep one around in case. And if you can't get one in there, or if you can't get one in there, use a towel. If you can't do both, use one at least. I choose the towel over using just a soak shield because I'd rather have the dash all covered as well. There's too many other things there. You know, and who wants to see their whole dashboard get a wash while their car's being tinted, right? It just doesn't look very professional. So loosely throwing a couple microfiber towels over like the speaker grills and stuff while everything else is getting wet. You know, if you're in the back of a shop, is anybody gonna say anything? No. But when you're broadcasting it, would somebody say something? Probably. So I do what I can. That's a little bit what you see at the class too. But I'll definitely talk about them. There's lots of other shops that I've tinted for under many time constraints and shortcuts that I had to take in order to get lots of jobs done in a day. That at this point, it's like, I'm not trying to get a bunch of jobs in the day. I'm trying to do the handful of jobs as nice as I can. Kind of chill out a little bit. Talk to you all. Have some fun. Are you still doing the online class? No. I like the idea a lot. I think it's a super cool, super helpful thing. It's going to be a lot to kickstart that and make it make sense. So this is about as good of an online class as I'm going to have anytime soon at this point. I get really absorbed in interesting avenues and ideas, and I try some of them, but at this point I'm kind of a little bit more, I think, in tune with what people are kind of looking for, and at the same time, like, what naturally makes sense. And it does on paper make sense, but it's just not. It's just too much. Too much confusion there. I'm glad you do the live streams. Yeah, live streams is like, at this point, what I'd say is my like channel anchor here. This is, everything else can go die. This is what I enjoy doing the most, and the most consistently too.
Nick Doolan super chatted
Nick Doolan.
$4.99.
What's up, man?
Finally got a plotter and subscribed to PRECUT. Have used it a few times with great success. I can't thank you enough for your videos.
Good. Some of you guys are going to be putting that software way through its paces compared to what I do. I'm always curious to get your feedback on where it worked, where it didn't work, so everybody can make it better. Because there are, unfortunately, not many good options that anybody can just pick up and use. So Nick, thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate that. Glad to hear that. Somebody said your live streams made me a successful tinner. That's cool. Yeah, there was so much missing. This is why the classes were super helpful too. This was before I started like doing them regularly. This is like before live streams. Like when I taught a class in person, like when you're filming a video, it's not fun to try and show how to do something and then you feel like an idiot when you keep making a mistake. Especially a mistake that doesn't typically happen, but there's lots of things in the video and people are like, oh, leave it in, it's funny, or it really was helpful to like learn that. And like it is, but you also want to stay on track. And again, like you're trying to show people how to do it. So if you look like an idiot while you're doing it the whole time, did you really know what you're doing in the first place, or were you just trying to make a video? So there's two sides to it, where the people that are really in it, they can relate to it. Somebody that's just browsing might not understand it. So with the live streams, this is the people that really want to know all the ins and outs and issues and general questions, see the whole process. That's what these are for. It's like if I wanted to make videos that just did well on the channel, they wouldn't be near as helpful, unfortunately. Most of them are like, the ones that really do well are like me messing around with like Walmart film and Amazon products and stuff like that. So if I wanted to just grow a big channel, I'd keep doing that. But there was always this little side that was bugging me, like, you know, I want to make something that's really, really helpful to the people that really want to see it, but it's also got to work. So, you know, fast forward years later, getting a shop was the way to make all that work, and support from you guys and a handful of companies that understand what's going on here. Makes it a thing. So it's cool. Thank you. What do you think of Tint Warriors? He's got a cool channel. Puts a lot into it. It's definitely one of the best tint channels out there. All right. So, I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm gonna maybe try and hold my mouth a little bit before I'm done with this, but it's looking real good. You can out-tint him easily. I've never been a super competitive person. Like, tinting at the tint off was a lot of fun. There's always a part of you that hopes that you're gonna win, and you feel like you did really well, and then you see how you stack up against other people. So the tinter battles have been like a really cool thing to see as well. But no, he knows what he's doing, 100%. He's quick. He knows what he's doing. As far as like an actual tint off thing, I don't know. At this point, I've been slow. So there's that level of speed, but there's also that level of like nitpicky quality. So I don't know. And sometimes you just don't have a good day. I wouldn't really know until I see everybody's work in person. Then you have kind of a good gauge. But, you know, it's, again, it's like, what's the point? I don't know. Like, the tint off as an event, I think, was an awesome thing. Huge success. It's more, like, for me, it's, well, honestly, I think a lot of people, it was to have fun. It was about networking. I wasn't there. I saw videos, but that's what something like that is for. Same thing for the International Tint Off. Like, it is centered around a competition, but it's really to talk with a bunch of other people, meet with your friends, have a good time. That's more of what it is for me. I've never been super competitive. So, unless it came with something significantly more meaningful than some bragging rights, I don't know what I'd get out of it. Basically, I guess. Because, I don't know, I've got, like, I'm having fun solving other problems. Dirt will always win. Not when there's 5 cars in a day and you're only getting one done every 3 hours. You don't win. You win by picking up your speed and figuring out what's good enough. Did you wait till you can tint without any imperfections to start charging based on your personal opinion? No, hell no. No, my tinting career started as fail forward. And to be honest, that's how a lot of people should look at it. If you just sit there and tint your own car over and over and over, you'll get to a certain point where you will be pretty competent at tinting a lot of people's cars. But you're always going to run into these situations that you're never going to get better unless you experience them for yourself. So, shit, like a couple months ago, I think at this point, there's this Honda CR-V. Did the whole windshield, and there was a handful, there was like a couple little things in the driver's line of sight, and I could see that it was more than what I thought it was on initial delivery. So then we dropped the car back off, and I did that windshield 3 more times right in a row, because every time I did it, I had speckles in like the same spots, and I'm like pulling my hair out, trying to figure out where the hell they're even coming from and what I'm doing wrong. It's keep tackling a situation until you get it done right. You'd be really surprised what an average person is not going to notice, because you are the tinter, you notice everything. That's your job. When somebody gets a brand new car from a dealership, do you think they notice every little swirl in the paint or something? No, a lot of people just drive it off the lot and say thanks, and then they look at it later. This is so nice. I'm glad I did that. That's all dry. So like as tinters, it's your job to try and catch all that stuff ahead of time and, you know, do a good enough job with the time that you have to do it. So there's going to be situations where maybe you let something go that you weren't super happy about, and then the client was just like, you know, you'll notice, like after your first car or two, there's a lot of people, all they do is say thank you, they check out, they look at their car for a little bit, you tell them, you know, it needs a little bit of time to dry, so I point out the moisture, reassure them that everything's going to dry out okay. If you have any issues with it, I'd be more than happy to take care of them. They say thank you, you shake hands, and then they take their car. And then if there's any issues, answer the phone and take care of them. But most people, after delivery, like they're cool, and then you move on to the next job. That's how the business works. So I didn't really realize, like, and it's different with every person. There's some things that I think, okay, that something comes back and is like, oh shit, I didn't notice that. I'm really sorry, let me take care of it. And, you know, that's just life. And there's some things that I had to, like, when I was under a lot of pressure, I would let go, and it wasn't a big deal at all. Like, the person never came back, and I moved on to the next job. So what really got me to speed up was yelling contests at my dad's shop, because I would say I don't have enough time to make this job look good, and he would say, well, you got more jobs that you have to do, so I guess we'll just stay late today. And it was that over and over. So it was this constant battle between pushing myself to go faster, take on some extra work, but it was a never-ending thing for the most part. He's gotten better over the years. But there were some days early on that was very much like, whew. But it helped me get faster. And I can tell you, sitting here in my own head, you can see very quickly how, like, oh, now I'm taping seals, now I'm covering panels, now I'm doing this, now I'm doing that to make everything, like, extra perfect. But there was so much of this that I didn't do, and I still turned out pretty damn good jobs. So if you put them side by side, yeah, you could probably pick more flaws out of the job that I rushed out. But that was still good enough for a lot of people. So again, it just kind of depends on what you're going for. Oh, so I should say, my dad isn't a tinter, he's a business owner. So there was a lot of things that he sees from the business angle, which is healthy. He sees, okay, this is the money that's coming in, this is what we have to do. We want to make a livable wage, and we want to do the things that we want to do. This is what we have to do in order to do that. And then there's me doing the work and wanting to put out the right work without feeling like I'm completely overworked to make all that happen. And it was both of us a lot of growing pains. And so my older brother and my younger brother, they still work there. And they all get along, as far as I know. So for me, it was like I went mobile, and then I tried to do something, but it was a bit of a problem on my part and just unreal expectations. I came back there for a couple days a week later on to help manage some extra work, and I thought it was a good way to also try and do a video. It worked on some days, but overall it was kind of a really challenging thing to do, where like there was either not quite enough work to make a video happen or too much work where it still was hard to make a video. So the only way that I ever had any control over managing time and channel and stuff like that, and you can see it's still difficult. There's way more live streams, more videos, stuff that happens. So then the next step that I said, talked about this near the beginning, but not a whole lot. While I was on vacation, one of the phone calls that I answered was somebody that was looking for a job. And it was kind of caught me at the right time. Said the right couple things, and it was just like, you know, looking for something different. Not necessarily like, you know, tinting seems interesting, but really just looking for like another position compared to the job I'm doing now, something with a little bit more potential to it. And he asked if he could come in. And it's like, yeah, sure, come in and talk to me. Let me think about it a little bit. I definitely need somebody. I'm finally at that point, but I don't need a tinter. I need somebody to help with other things. But you can definitely grow into being one as we start saving time in other things. So he came in this week on Monday, and we talked for a couple of hours, figured where he's coming from and what's going on here. So he's going to be coming back in on Monday. And it was just having, you know, right couple of circumstances together. He has a couple of days a week he can spare right now, and then he's looking to hop ship from where he's currently working, and hasn't worked for an auto shop, hasn't worked for a tint shop, hadn't seen the channel. Just an ambitious younger guy that's looking for an opportunity. So we'll see how that goes. Seems like a nice guy. Patience is key, but life happens when you forget what you want everything done. When you forget and want everything done fast. True, true. I'm new as this pre-recorded stream. Yes, it is a pre-recorded stream, and you ask that every time. I know. Is there a difference between pushing the water with much force or less force? Does it affect the overall install? Because I'm putting pretty heavy pressure. No, it doesn't really affect the overall. Like you can speed up the drying time a little bit. The more water you push out, you can make things look a little bit more even. So on this one, this is hard to see, but there are little water pockets here and there, but it's relatively light. A good amount of this window actually has already dried out. And you do that with like a nice, strong pressure on the glass, like medium to strong. So like you're not like, ah, but you're like, you know, some good pressure. And how much pressure? I don't know. Maybe I can get a scale and push on it, and then we can see. Maybe actually that's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll get a kitchen scale, bring one of those in, and then you can see like how many pounds I'm pushing on it, and then you guys can get a kitchen scale too, and then you get an idea. But there's always going to be water in between the film and the glass. You're basically sweeping out what you can, and then especially on a windshield, you're going to see in these lower areas especially, there's still going to be water, so the windshield's going to look a little wavy. There's going to be water pockets, and then it'll evaporate and go smooth. It takes a few days. And summertime, hot day, it'll be dry within a day. In the wintertime, when it's cold, it can take up to a week. I don't like it to take much longer than a week. There might be one stubborn water pocket that just hangs in there too long. But if everything's not really dried out in a week, I tell people, I'm like, hey, you'll notice water pockets. This is completely normal. Give it some time. If everything doesn't look good after a week to you, just take a picture, shoot me a picture, let me know. We'll go from there. But I'm more than happy to take care of if there's an actual issue there. Because water hanging around for if it hung around for 2 weeks, it's like, okay, that's too long. I wouldn't like that either. You want things to resolve themselves as quickly as they can for the client. Yeah, so I could sweep over and over on the window, and I could probably still get some water to push up out of it with every time that I do that. But really, go over it once and then go over it a little bit harder, and then if you see a little extra water in a little area and you catch it quick enough, just do it. But once I get this film tacked in place, I squeegee out a couple times, it's going to start drying. It's going to start tacking to the glass, and all that water is going to start, what water's left in there is going to pool together into little water pockets or a bigger water blister. So I definitely am not going to drag anything from the middle and push it all the way over here. It's stuff that I might touch up a little bit on the edges. For the most part, I'm just going to let it dry. Just leave it alone. You don't have to look for discoloration. So something at the class was somebody would open a door and they'd see a small, light, maybe what could be considered an air trail or something like that. If that's the case, if you can't see it on the outside, it's probably going to be fine, whatever it is. I don't know exactly how to explain it. Might be a light glue distortion. Might just be the water got pushed over a slightly drier spot and left a little haze that's going to resolve itself. Something very minor like that isn't going to be an issue. The big issues are going to be, if I look at this and I see speckles, and I see air pockets, bright white imperfections, those are not gonna go away. If everything looks dark and a little wavy from the water, then it's fine. It'll take care of itself. That's what you're looking for. I noticed white stuff coming out the top of the door window, even though I didn't see any water pockets. I mean, makes it sound like a dirt speck, but I don't know. It's a little tough to say without actually seeing it. But that's what it sounds like. There's usually nothing magical. It all can be explained. Thanks for the info. Would make me a bit less exhausted. Yeah, I remember working with somebody new. He's a really, really good tinter now, but he would work himself into being an uber perfectionist. Looks great now. Oh, okay. So it probably wasn't dirt then. I honestly, offhand, I'm not sure. But yeah, he would work himself into being like an uber perfectionist. And you can get yourself into situations where it's like, oh, there's like a little speck here. Let me touch that up. Oh, there's a little speck here. And then you look back on where you just touched up, and it might look a little different now. So then you put more heat on it, touch it up, more heat, touch it up, more heat, touch it up, and then end up making everything worse. So like, we're always trying to shoot for perfection, but the really little minor stuff, when you have to like, you start getting real close to the glass, turning your head, like getting close, that kind of stuff, most people are then not gonna notice as long as it's, like I said, as long as it's pretty minor. Like a few spots here or there, it's not gonna be a big deal. There's always gonna be something that you can point out in every window. Whew, this looks good. So this is all good to go. So we did 15 on the front doors. We did 35 over the privacy on the rear, all in carbon, and then we did 50 on this windshield here, which, especially with that dot border, kind of just blends it all in. We don't have any nasty white dot matrix on this one. It's all blended in the glass, which is super cool. Then popping in here, the back is a little darker than the front, which is nice. That's what we're going for. Not a huge difference now. I think he's gonna like this. Oh, that's so nice. That worked really well. Sometimes pushing too much for perfection makes it worse. Yep, you heat it up too much, you start distorting the glue. Because when you're doing touch-ups on the inside, you gotta remember too, like you might make it visibly look better on the outside, but what you really did is you mushed the dirt and the glue and forced a lot of the air out. So you can cause little distortions on the inside. So then again, it depends on where those are. On like the bottom corner on a door, somebody probably is not going to notice, especially when it's like a back door or something like that. If it was right here in the middle of the windshield and I have a couple specks on the outside and then I take a card and I press those down, you're going to notice those imperfections because we're staring straight at them all the time. This looks good. Yay. I'm happy with this. What's your thoughts on the gas prices? My wife showed me a really funny video. Expensive petroleum. Oh, it sucks, man. It's gone crazy. Up here, I've seen as high as $5.30. That's the max so far that I've seen. What have you guys seen? Canon. How high has gas prices been for you guys? It was funny because here we saw as high as 450, 475, and then when we went to Florida, they stayed around that price, and then when we came back, they were at 530 here. 9 in Cali, $2.30 a liter. Oh, I don't know liters. 7, $6.50 in LA. 90 to fill a Civic. Yeah, that's where I'm at with my Blazer, which is absurd. Like, seriously, 18 gallons in a freaking Blazer. Good night. 7 plus. Ooh. So we got it cheap here. We've always had pretty good gas prices here. You know, when people saw it creeping up to like 350, it was like, oh, that's expensive. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know. It didn't seem terrible, but like 450, that's like, okay, that's definitely expensive. But expensive at the time was always like a little over like 350, 375 were getting expensive. But damn, $9. 350 was cheap. Yeah, little did we know. Should have been stocking up. Just keep it in the basement. It is crazy. $4.25 in Oklahoma. Oh, we're all going to Oklahoma. That's where they're the best. Yeah, pretty nuts. That line up at Costco is getting longer and longer. I don't ever wait in that line. I can't wait half an hour to get cheaper gas. It just doesn't make sense. But that line keeps getting longer and longer. It's kind of funny. Every time I go in, it's like, oh shit, gas is expensive. With $3.50, my gas for the Civic was like $35 to $40. That's usually what most of it was. That's why I liked the van was so nice. The thing would claim 500 miles, but in the wintertime it was definitely less. So it'd do like 400 miles, I think, off of 14 gallons. Hybrid. It's a good deal. But then the Blazer is like 300 miles, and it sucks down like 19 gallons. Costco was 30 cents more. Was it really? Usually, yeah. At Costco, I assumed it was always cheaper with them, like it usually is, right? I wonder if people assume that because that's what I did, and then they waited half an hour, and then they get up there, and then they're like, oh, shit, well, I have to get gas now. How is it more expensive? That's like one of the draws. I thought they offered that as a way to, like, keep their members. It was down to $1.50 in 2019. Yeah, a handful of years ago, I want to say somewhere around here, it dropped to just under $1. But, yeah, it was very cheap. Oh, and diesel prices, too. Have you seen that? Diesel prices are even more expensive. Around here, diesel's like $1 more expensive. Mobile tinting is a premium now. That was pretty crazy to me. I remember Gator said at the time he was spending $2,500 a month. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, so as a mobile tinter, if you have a consistent, like this is how much it cost me on average per month in gas. He was spending $2,500 a month in gas, and I'm spending $2,400 a month to sit here. And then just having your rent literally double or triple, like that's insane. Oh my God. Diesel used to be cheaper than gas. Now it's more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, diesel used to be like a big cost saving bonus. That's one reason people would get them, was it was cheaper. So they get a diesel truck rather than a regular one. Save some money on gas. Not anymore. What percent film is your favorite for a white vehicle? Kind of depends on what you're looking for. Oh, what percentage of film is your favorite on a white vehicle? If you want to stay a little bit lighter, 35 on the front doors, 50 on the windshield, and 20 if it's like, so if it's a small SUV, like honestly, like the 20 range on the back is really, really nice. For a darker look, my favorite was always like 20 on all the sides and 35 on the windshield. His favorite film is Chameleon. I would have liked Chameleon to actually be a good option. I don't know what to do for it. I haven't looked at it.
Jose78 Rios super chatted $19.99.
Did we
How
screw
you
up
doing?
his
Long
order or
time
your
don't
order?
see you. Finally my son Jose Rios changed to Geos Health. Good to see you again. Have good day to everyone. Have happy and safe weekend.
Jose, thank you so much for the 20. I was reading that ahead of when it was reading it. Your son changed to Geo. He was a big advocate for Lexan. What happened? I remember he would post in the group sometimes and say how much he liked Lexan in comparison. Or just like, you know, he didn't see necessarily the value. So that's really interesting that he switched over. There was somebody, Jose Rios, emailed me. I don't know if that was you or him. Did we screw up your order, unfortunately? It got shipped to the wrong place, but hopefully you got it by now. How many days ago was that? I think it was Sunday. Saturday? Friday? The Kia looks really good with tint on it like that? Yeah, it does. So that's 50 on the windshield. So this is what I really like about 50. 50 can give you like this really nice illusion of privacy. So it's not super, it's like from this angle it looks pretty dark. But what happens is it's facing the sky or the ceiling, and so you get reflections coming off of that. And what it does is kind of like makes those reflections appear a little stronger and blend in your dot border with the rest of your windshield a little bit more. So there's times where if the sun is shining directly through that windshield, it's obviously going to look lighter, but most of the time it's got like this nice illusion of privacy where it's super comfortable to drive around with. It looks good. I like it a lot. And it takes that green out of your windshield. When it rains, you really see like a green in your windshield. It makes it look black instead. It's nice. Yes, his got that. Aw, I felt so bad. I saw the email and I was like, oh shit. Because getting film and then especially over the weekend, having it shipped to the wrong place, that's no fun. But there were two, so somebody ended up getting free film, I think. I may regret not getting 45 windshield now. Why? She didn't get harassed for 70? Oh, did somebody get harassed for 70? Really? It would be painful to need to peel off ceramic for a fix-it ticket in LA. That would be. Yeah, 50 on a windshield looks really good. So it's been like this perfect shade. This vehicle, when it came in, wasn't planning on getting the windshield done. So we were planning on doing all the sides and the rear, and then I pointed out, you do a windshield in 50, it makes the rest of it look a little bit darker without actually really making it, like, without obstructing your vision hardly at all. Like, it's really, really nice. It's comfortable on a windshield. Can you accidentally send me Apex 20? I wish it worked like that. I have 70 on a windshield and most people can't tell. Yeah, you do 70 on a windshield, you're really not going to be able to tell unless somebody told you that it's there. That's what 70 is really there for. If you want an awesome heat rejection film, but you don't want a tint look, that's why you get 70. 50 is, okay, I want a light tint look, obviously, and then you get farther down in the shades, but 50 on a windshield is such a sweet spot for a lot of people. It's like, I like tint, but I don't want to limo my vehicle, you know? So when people hear tinting their windshield, sometimes that's where their mind goes, like, oh, I'm just going to darken the whole thing up like crazy. Nope, you can have a nice, classy look on it. It makes a difference. Is there a % difference between 35 and 50? Yeah, it's 15. Yeah, 35 is going to look much darker. You're really only going to be able to see into the car as far as, like, the steering wheel. 50, you'll be able to see farther to the drivers and the passengers, especially when the sun is coming through it. But it does this cool thing, like I said earlier, where it bounces a lot of the reflections, like that windshield is facing the sky. So especially on like a cloudy day, you kind of see those clouds more on the windshield, so you can't see into the vehicle quite as easily, but you didn't have to tint it very dark to do that. It makes a big difference. Ooh, I did a TikTok on this. I've got a comparison. I've got a perfect comparison for you guys. 2 white vehicles. This is why I made TikToks. What's it called? There we go. I forgot I did this. Introducing 10-minute video uploads. Woo! I'm going to have to see how those work. You know what? I had this thought. So making a video, the best way to get somebody to click on it is a strong thumbnail and a stronger title. But with a TikTok, it's automatically played. Well, I always thought the best way to get somebody to watch a longer video is to show them the most interesting parts of it. But you do that at the beginning of the video if you can, like have that hook. And to have that automatically play in a way and then get them to like click on the video or something, I don't know. It's an interesting thought. Actually, you probably don't have to make any changes though. Maybe I just have to make a TikTok at the beginning of my 10-minute video.
That windshield tint.
Oh
Choose
my God.
left.
Okay, so this is a clear windshield versus a 50% windshield. Now, ignore the black trim on the sides. That's going to make it look even cooler, right? Like these little things, they add up. But, so this is a clear windshield, and then this is the Blazer that I did in 50%. And so you can see the reflections coming off that windshield, but when it comes over to the Blazer, all of a sudden, like, I can't see into it near as much. See that difference there? So without that overcast sky with the building, I can see into it. And then you get that overcast sky, boom, you can't see into it hardly at all. So this is a great comparison between the two. I like this a lot. And then also that green. Like, these are the same color windshields. You get this like natural green look to the glass. It like takes it out of it. 50's awesome. Especially when you're not trying to limo everything. So if you just want a dark look, you're gonna go 35. You're gonna do something darker. If you're kind of like, this is what, I'll talk about this forever. If you're kind of on the fence with a windshield, it's kind of like, I really like my car. I want a tinted look. I just don't want to get pulled over for it. 50's kind of that sweet spot. 50's like, you get the best of everything. My 50 doesn't look that dark. That looks like 5. I don't know. It's 50. I can put it on a meter. I can take the film that I installed, I can put it on a meter, and that's what's on this one right now. So time of day, what you have on the sides, and I don't know, it all kind of adds up. Angle does play a factor, and time of day. So that was overcast when I took that. Yeah, 50 with the sides. 35 is on the side. So on a lot of my on all the personal vehicles, I've been pretty much doing 50 on the windshield, 35 on the sides. It's also a really nice sweet spot. You know, if you have family drive your vehicle too, like you drive your vehicle, you could be confident going with a darker film, but you're like, but you know, my wife is gonna drive it. I just wanna do something that's a little bit more family safe. I don't want her to get pulled over with limo tint, you know, that type of stuff. You do 35 and 50, especially in ceramic. That's been a real sweet spot. Do you charge yourself for the personal vehicles? Well, of course. Run my card at the end of it. I got a crazy setup on mine. 70 windshield, 20 front doors, 5 on the back doors, 20 on the rear windshield. What kind of vehicle? That's an interesting way to do it. 20 on the front, that's good. 5 on the back doors, 20 on the rear. I can see why you did that. So especially if you have a rear privacy glass on the rear, that'll change it up a little bit too. What? Hang on one second, I'll be right back. Oh, a Palisade. Oh, okay. So that's like, oh yeah, I remember. That's like the sister car to this one, right? That's the Hyundai version of the Telluride. I think you told me that. Okay, so the rear's already going to be factory tinted. So then you did 25 over the back sides. So that's going to make the sides stupid dark. And then 20 over the back window, which is basically going to make the back window 5%. So it's all going to be really nice and dark on the back anyways. No contrast difference there unless you're looking through it, which is an SUV, so it's a little different. 20 on the front doors, that's good. 70 on the windshield, nice. The way that I set up, this was a bit of both. So I liked 20 on the front doors and 35 on the windshield. And then practicality kind of skewed me into doing 35 on the front doors and 50 on the windshield. And what I noticed was it was one of the best things that I did for trying to also offer windshields. So like people that were on the fence, they would see it and they go, I got to do that on my windshield too. I had no idea it'd look like that. That was a big change for me. So I'll try and dress up my personal vehicles in a way that most of my customers are going to want to see them too, as like a good average. So we don't always do 35 in the front and 20 on the rear, but then they'd have that contrast. They could see 35 on the front doors, 20 on the rear doors, and then limo is obviously just going to be the same type of look. You just can't see through it. So that was very easy to explain. And then 35 versus 50 on the windshield. 50 is a harder thing for me to explain, but showing them, it's like, oh, okay, I'll go with that. Or I like that, I just want to push it a little bit darker. Can we do that? And then we'll do 35. So it was one of the, for my clients, it was one of the easiest ways to show some differences. My wife freaked me out. She was like, who's that in the car? And I was like, what are you talking about? And then I thought there might be like somebody up front or whatever. Just trying to scare me. I wasn't scared. I was totally freaked out for a second. It's super dark. Can't see my kids act up. You know, it's really nice doing that type of shade for kids in the back. That's something that I forget about too. Having a darker film, because especially if you got little ones, that sun coming through, like 20 is like a nice shade, but it's still, like for a little kid, it's still pretty bright. So you want to do something like darker over that. And honestly, your look is either 20 or 5 would be most helpful. What should somebody charge to do a four-door windows with 2 quarter windows? 4-door windows with 2 quarter windows. Oh, so that's kind of just like how should you price your jobs? It's always a sticky topic. I kind of came into it from a lot of other tint shops, seeing what they were charging, so that's kind of just where I started pricing myself, and then I've slowly increased that over time, especially when I'm like, oh, I'm spending like 3 to 4 hours on a car, I need to charge more, because it just doesn't make sense cheaper than that. So with like a nice quality entry-level film, I don't think, you know, under, I don't know, 250 is kind of where like you don't really want to go under $200 for most of that. So I'd at least charge $250 for all the sides and the rear, and then just kind of go from there. $250, but that's kind of like speaking at, I don't know. Every area is different. So some places will be like $189 for all the sides and the rear, and that's where a lot of shops are in their area. So it kind of depends on the business that you can pull in and where you can push those prices. In the beginning, that's always harder because people don't know you. As you start growing, you get more referrals, more inquiries, that customer base starts to build. So you don't necessarily want to build it on a pretty low foundation, or if you do initially, you got to start raising your prices as you see that extra work coming in. One really helpful thing that I've done, because I started offering jobs at $240. I don't have a good reason why it wasn't just at $250. It was just like I was tinting for shops. They would do typically like $250. I said $240, whatever, maybe to be slightly cheaper, which is still a dumb way of doing it. But that's where I was starting full jobs. And as I started building up some clients and stuff like that, and especially with seeing how much longer I was taking, I wasn't going the route where I was pulling more cars in at $250. I was taking longer with the cars that I was having. So I'm like, whether it's an SUV or a full car, I'm taking a similar amount of time. I'm just going to start charging my SUV pricing. So that's like $290 right now for all the sides and the rear. Windshields are an extra $150. And I didn't want to just charge a bunch from the very beginning. Okay, okay, let me rephrase that. I didn't want to just overnight change my prices. What I would do is I would build out a little bit of a buffer, and then as that demand increases, that's when you start increasing your price some too, and you eke it up to where, like, you know, if I had an OG customer that was like, hey, last time you did it for here, like this much, why is it so much more expensive? You can either, you know, like you have a little bit more flexibility there where you can say like, oh, sorry, prices increased, I'll hook you up, or, you know, things have just gotten more expensive. Just be real with them. Like, and if you want to, you know, if somebody gets upset at that, that's a different situation. But raising your price, everybody's calling you for quotes, so they don't know what it's supposed to cost in the beginning. They might know what somebody else paid through you for their car, but you know, we're in an automotive business where like somebody goes to a collision shop, everybody gets quoted different prices based on the cost of the parts and stuff like that. So same thing with window tinting. Everything is kind of quoted per vehicle, so you can have your kind of like broad pricing that you charge for most vehicles, but keep some wiggle room there. And when you start building up a little bit of a buffer, then you know, like, okay, I'm getting enough clients, this is good, things are rolling along, now I'm extra busy. Start raising your prices because you're doing something really, really good. And you just have to as a business. That's always how it works. Got to go. Have a good one, Cash. Alrighty. So let me pop into here. We're going to shout out a bunch of super chats today. Thank you guys so much. It's always fun to talk about this stuff. I have a much better perspective of like charging and running things than I did just working in the back. I still don't know. I'm still not an amazing salesperson. I'm still not, like, I could probably be charging more than I am. I remember Nick showed me that. That's one reason I started upping the price. Like, I have it where it is now, and to be honest, like, I just heard from general clients and other things, but it's like, I know I get plenty of phone calls still that when I quote something, people go, oh, okay, thank you, have a good one. And for that person, I'm too expensive. So I'm not pulling in a substantial amount of business every week where it's like, okay, I can just like go crazy on the prices and stuff like that. But I probably, for the people that really value coming here, for those types of people, I could probably charge more. But it's working that balance and figuring out like what you can practically do and then still keeping that business. And then the way I kind of gauge it is the more work, like if I'm booked out 2 weeks, I'm at least going to try raising the price for 2.5, 3 weeks out, and just like prices are going up. I don't know. Everything's more expensive now. I heard you say something about 180 to 250 for a windshield. Mm-hmm. So I start at 150 for a full windshield in standard, and then 200 for carbon, and then 250 in ceramic. So if they're getting the full vehicle, this is where like adding a windshield is a big deal, and it's a fair amount of work. So if you're only coming in for just a windshield, it's that price. With my entry-level job, I want to get at least 150 for the windshield because of how much time I put into it. For some of the better films, this is where it's kind of been wiggling my prices a little bit. I used to do like a $50 discount on the windshield with ceramic, but I wouldn't say that. I would just quote $650 for a full car with ceramic on the windshield. So that was just knocking $50 off of the top. That's because 700 sounded expensive versus 650. So, but on some jobs, especially some harder jobs lately, I've quoted 7. So things have definitely gone up a lot, so prices need to increase, and it's just kind of figuring out, like, you never know exactly what you can do. You just have good ideas of what you can try. But I definitely put that much work into it, that's for sure. All right, Super Chats. So big shout-outs to Jose, Nick, burner account. Oh, yeah, I remember that. The static strip. My bad. Alligator, Mike Hobbs, Ridiculous, Fahad, Martin, Ridiculous. Thank you guys so much for all the support today. I really, really, really appreciate it. Next stream. I think I have a chance to do it tomorrow, so there'll probably be a stream tomorrow. And then we got something coming in on Monday. So things are going to, like, schedules have always been funny. So probably Saturday. I need to probably focus on streaming like 3 days out of a week and have a nice balance between filming, putting together a video, doing some extra jobs, and then also having some regular streaming time. It's probably never going to work that consistently, but I think that's what we're going to have to do. Because you can see, like, it started at like 11, and now it's 3:30. That's just how a lot of these streams go. They just take time. They're fun to do, but it definitely, like, I push appointments off to, like, the next day and stuff. So on a regular day, without that, I'd either be filming a video and filling some extra time, or doing a couple more cars in a day. It's a hard thing. It's a challenging thing to balance. So people that find this channel off of the people that find the business off of the channel, I like streaming their cars. So like this guy mentioned he saw the videos and he was sharing it a bunch, and it's like, I gotta stream it, man. That's super cool. I appreciate that so much. That's so nice. So that's been happening more and more. So I almost gotta put in my TintWiz responder what is it? The proposal thing. Like, do you want your vehicle streamed? Yes or no? Is it a priority? And if it's not a priority, then we could slot you in this day. And if it is a priority, then we'll space you out to a day that I can set aside to stream it. Always look forward to your live stream. So thankful for what I've learned from you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You guys, I appreciate that a whole lot. It means a bunch. That's why I do it. It's fun, and you guys enjoy it. You guys get a lot out of it, so it's a good time. Alrighty. Well, thank you guys again for hanging out. I will see you probably tomorrow. I got the new guy coming in on Monday, so like I think I was gonna stream, but I also got to make sure that, so maybe I won't stream. Probably doesn't make sense. I don't know. God, he's coming from, See, this is what happens. So I got a new person starting on Monday, and then I got a Highlander coming all the way from the other side of the state, and he said he liked the channel. What do I do here? Damn it. All right, I got some stuff I got to figure out now. All right. Was worried to not see you here. Glad you're on vacation. Yeah, vacation. I was supposed to stream. I was supposed to stream right before I left. Then I could have said something, and I kind of said a couple things, but then it was like literally I had an appointment, and then I come in to do the appointment, and things have been going awesome off of deposits, and then all of a sudden, like, some things happened. No appointment, no stream. And here we are. Alrighty. Well, I will see you guys later. Have a good one. Bye.